thing that's going on everywhere and everything, even in our own homes, where I think, Mark, I don't know if you're a regular listener or you, Brenda, the other day I was mentioning I was having dinner with a few friends publicly, and they were recommending a product to me that was going to help my feet, Bill's feet. And I got home, and there it is on my Facebook feed. Hello? And I don't even have Siri, and I don't have Alexa. I don't have any of that in my house, but I still do carry a phone, and the microphones are everywhere. They're everywhere.
I think that's absolutely true. It's an interesting thing. Near where I live, there's a stop sign that people kind of blow through. It's a T intersection, and people do kind of cruise through it an awful lot. And I know it because it's a half a mile from my house. They did put up one of those little things that, your speed when you're coming up to it.
That helps a lot.
It does, and I think that alone.
It does. On Roseville Road,
it being watched.
100%. On Roseville Road, which used to be a speed trap, they put those up, and now people don't speed as much because you can see oncoming, I didn't know I was doing 40. I'll go back down to 30. That's right.
Yeah. And the thing is, the speed limits, I do believe, are done overprotectively. It shows that if people are actually speeding and nothing's happening, at least the speed limits are keeping the speed down to where it is. Let's say it's a 25 zone and people are going 36 or whatever. At least they're keeping the speed down to 36, so good thing for the speed limit. But it's also showing that 36 is not an unsafe speed. It would be interesting to see the statistics of how many tickets are given out for, in a 20-mile-an-hour zone for 35 or 40 or 45. And if things are not happening at that point, it does tell you that it's not really the speed. It's the distracted driving. It's the aggressive driving. These are bigger problems than speed.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for the call.
Speed sometimes, but,
Thank you. Thanks for the call today. So, Brenda, I'll let you have the last word, Brenda Kupchik. So now what happens? If your email is ignored, if your pleas are not happened, is there anything that can be a grassroots effort in the RTM itself in Fairfield to wrest this back and relook at the ordinance if they want to?
Well, I just want to comment that I think Mark's point about the 30, most of the violations people said were about in the mid-30 range.
Okay.
So, but yes, Lisa, I don't know. I'm going to continue to ask. I'm going to ask the town attorney and the first select person to please put this on the agenda for our next Board of Selectmen meeting. I would like the town attorney to address what I shared with him in a public meeting so that the community can hear it. Really, this is up to the town attorney. He is the legal advisor of the first select person, the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Finance, the RTM, all boards and commissions. And I think he needs to weigh in here to just tell us, hey, listen, we followed the rules and we're going to just continue on, or say we didn't follow the rules and we're going to go back and have a meeting of the RTM and a public hearing, and then submit whatever the outcome of that is. I just think this is good government, and your government you have to have trust. People have to trust that the government is doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be following our statutes, and I just feel like they misstepped, and I don't think it was on purpose at all. I think it was just a misstep. Okay. And I feel bad because the police are taking a lot of heat, which is not the police. They're not attorneys. And they're not well versed in how governance is supposed to work within the town or in the state.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Thank you so much for caring so much about Fairfield.
I do love Fairfield.
I know how you love your town. I love my town the way you love your town. So I understand it so much.
I know you do. I listen to you every morning, by the way. You're always on.
So thank you for that, Brenda. Brenda Kupchik of Fairfield.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through this evening. There will be a few late days scattered showers and thunderstorms, the high in the mid-90s. An early shower and thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Saturday sunny and hot and less humid with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's June 12th. On this day in 1987, President Ronald Reagan challenges Mikhail Gorbachev to this.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
On this day in 1994, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were murdered outside her Los Angeles condo. O.J. Simpson was acquitted of the killings in a criminal trial.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder.
The #1 movie at the box office on June 12, 1999 was Austin Powers, starring Mike Myers.
Oh, behave. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
June 12th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC 695.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. It's a day where you win some and you lose some for the Trump administration, or in this case, you win one and you lose some more. Scaffolding is up as workers prepare to take President Trump's name off the Kennedy Center in Washington. Today's the court-ordered deadline to do so, and a federal judge has denied a last-minute appeal to stop it. And another judge has rejected a request to cancel the White House's UFC fight. ABC's Peter Haralambous on Trump's reaction in the Kennedy Center case.
To put it lightly, he's very angry about this. He's repeatedly spoken about it, put out multiple Truth Social posts.
And he says he has also threatened to pull back the entire White House, or rather Kennedy Center renovation efforts. The administration's appeal claimed removal of the Trump name could create confusion and hurt fundraising. A federal judge has issued an injunction blocking President Trump's $1.8 billion fund to benefit those who claim to have been victimized by the Biden administration. There is no deal yet officially announced or signing scheduled between the U.S. and Iran. Iran's foreign minister says an agreement has never been closer. The U.S. and Iran continue to offer conflicting statements about the terms of a short-term agreement known as a Memorandum of Understanding. There's no word that Iran has agreed to any concessions the U.S. is demanding. ABC's Karen Travers at the White House says that a senior administration official says a couple of things that are key to the deal right now is that Iran's nuclear material will be destroyed and removed, and that their program will be dismantled. They will not receive any money, no unfreezing of assets until they perform, as the official put it, and it's not clear what that actually means. On Wall Street, it has been an up day. The Dow is up over 346 points. The S&P 500 up 30. The Nasdaq up 64. And you're listening to ABC News.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
A man has been formally charged today in a deadly quadruple shooting of a mom, dad, brother, and brother's girlfriend in Livonia, Michigan. Police have identified the people who were shot today and killed at a home on Thursday night. Today, 25-year-old Gage Pierce was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 4 counts of felony firearm. He was arraigned on those charges today and is being held in jail. The shooter is dead in Midland, Texas, is a statement from the city. At least one other person is dead, and 9 victims have been taken to the hospital. Preliminary police info says it started Wednesday when officers tried to pull over a car at a stoplight, and the driver fired at officers and then fled. They tried to grab the driver today, then he began shooting at people. Employees at an IRS office in Atlanta working from home until further notice as exterminators take care of a major rat problem.
Atlanta IRS employee Kiawana Masterson is one of thousands of staff now working from home as the agency addresses the rat problem in the building. She says the situation inside the office is unbearable.
There is rat droppings, there is urine. It's total chaos.
In a statement, the IRS acknowledges that the rodents have created an uncomfortable work environment for staff. The department says in addition to new trapping and pest control efforts, it's also implementing plans to improve trash collection and declutter the building. Jonathan O'Brien, ABC News, Atlanta.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The city of Bridgeport has received 6 bids to redevelop the soon-to-be vacant former home of the Bridgeport Islanders minor league hockey team. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganem's administration, in conjunction with Governor Ned Lamont's administration, set a deadline of Thursday, June 11th to submit bids. Tom Gaudet, Ganem's chief administrative officer, said he was, quote, pleasantly surprised by the bids. One of those bids submitted was from Howard Safan, the developer who converted the ballpark at Harbor Yard, the former home of the former Bridgeport Bluefish, into a concert amphitheater. Safan's proposal would end the building's days as a sports arena and would make it into a smaller space to, quote, serve both the local and market as well as the regional market in arts and entertainment. Besides Safan, the other bidders were Pillar Management of New York City, the Major League of Indoor Football, Javello, a Glastonbury-based limited liability corporation, KAO Distribution of Mount Vernon, New York, and a Canadian entity called Essential Sports Group. New Britain has been served a grand jury subpoena for city spending records. The U.S. Attorney's Office is requesting the records from the time Aaron Stewart spent in office as mayor. Current Mayor Bobby Sanchez has called spending decisions by Stewart, quote, self-serving, after launching an investigation into the city's finances during her time in office. The subpoena requests records related to Stewart's P-card use, including documented training, procedures, cardholder agreements, reimbursement statements by Stewart, and more. New Britain is demanding hundreds of thousands of dollars in reimbursement from Stewart. And some Connecticut students are getting an early start to the weekend as extreme heat is forcing schools across the state to shorten the school day. With heat index values climbing above 100 degrees in some areas and many classrooms lacking air conditioning, multiple districts have announced early dismissal to keep students and staff safe. Parents say the sudden schedule changes can be challenging, but many agree it's better than having children spend hours in sweltering classrooms where learning becomes difficult. Governor Ned Lamont has activated Connecticut's extreme hot weather protocol through the weekend, opening cooling centers statewide and urging residents to take precautions as the state's first major heat wave of the year settles in. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, accident involving a tractor trailer approaching exit 28. Stay to the right to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, accident approaching exit 46 before the tunnel, and it's affecting both sides of the highway. On Route 8 northbound, construction exits 12 through 14. Southbound, you have it from exit 5 through 4. Stay right to get through. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets. Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080. BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well. How are you on this Friday? It'll steamy out there. Be careful. But I got to begin with this. I just have to because I saw it and I laughed. I actually laughed out loud. Because I thought maybe I would be wrong on this one. I just thought, and I was hoping that I would be wrong on this one. This was one of the times where I say to myself, hey, self, yes, self, it might be a gooder thing if you're wrong on this. Okay, but I'm not. Remember when... I don't know, about 2 or 3 months ago, I started highlighting a story that there is in that one big, beautiful bill that passed in Congress and the president signed, how many months ago now? It's all a blur. There was an education aspect of that bill, right? And basically what the education aspect said, it didn't involve any Connecticut money, none, zero, zip, zilch. There is not one red cent or any other color cent. There's not one red cent, none of Connecticut taxpayer money or tax revenue involved here. So let's get that out of the way, because I know people are going to call up and say, well, they shouldn't be doing this with state money. It's not state money. I told you about this. I told you. What a bunch of states have already signed on to, because the states, this is not automatic. which is a mistake. They should have made this sucker automatic and do an end run around the teachers' unions and around Connecticut Democrats, because what a surprise. The teachers' union, the Democrats, and all the phonies up in Hartford, all the phonies that say, oh, we care about the kids. We want a good education for everyone. No, you don't. You don't. You don't. This is the plan. Now, maybe Governor Lamont will get out an extra set of Greenwich Guglioni, and tell the teachers' unions where to go on this. But remember, it's an election year. So what this plan is already doing in some states, and some blue states as well, I think New York's going to sign on to this as well. Basic plan. When you're filing your federal income tax, not your state income tax, not your state of Connecticut income tax, the feds, not the tax department here, not Commissioner Mark Boughton, not Governor Ned Lamont, the feds will allow you, I think it's up to $1,700, right, to be deducted from your tax liability. In other words, whatever you owe, say you owe $10,000 in taxes, whatever. I'm just picking a number out of thin air here, or thick air. Nobody ever says thick air. Why is it thin air? You know, there could be stuff you could grab out of thick air. But I digress, as I usually do. $10,000. You say, you know what? I don't want to pay. And you know what? I could nudge down my tax liability. So let's do this. $10,000. Hey, wait, honey. Yet you see this? The feds are allowing us to deduct $1,700 from that $10,000, as long as we then write a check to a scholarship granting organization in our state. So if you wanted to do this and you're looking at $10,000 of Connecticut a federal tax liability, federal. You minus the $1,700 out, so that drops you down below $10,000, right? But then to get it legally done, you have to then write a check for $1,700 because your tax liability is now, what, $8,300? You take that $1,700 that you're minusing from your tax liability and you donate that to what they call an SGO, a scholarship granting organization, It's my Canadian lingo there. Organization, But guess what? Guess what? I know you're going to be shocked when I say this. I know you'll be absolutely stunned when I say this. You're going to need CPR. You're going to need a defibrillator +3 when I tell you this. But the state teachers unions don't like the idea. An idea, kids, I mean, they are so phony. Some of these, now look, I don't lump all the unionized teachers in with their leadership. And those union leaders have been on this show. I know they've been on Melissa's show, Kate Diaz and her people there. I don't know about Lisa, with all due respect. I think she's had her on, but I don't know. But that's really not here nor there. An idea, a pretty unique idea that doesn't really involve any cash out of Connecticut coffers is still not good enough for the teachers' unions in this state. You know why? Because they're phony. I'll continue this straight ahead. We'll stay close. I got a lot more coming up on this, Cookie. 203-333-9422. Should Connecticut join several other states in a voluntary federal tax, not Connecticut taxes, federal tax credit program to help some kids attend some non-public schools? You know, as much as our great teachers out there still try, there are still some rat hole schools. There just are. A lot fewer than in years past. So why don't we try and get them out of there? Oh my God. You want to use the voucher to send them to a charter school? Yeah, I do, honey. Why? What's wrong with that? Oh my God.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
The winter may be behind us, but did you see that windstorm earlier in March and how many branches and tree limbs came down? I know I saw it in my neighborhood here in Milford. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here. And it's another reminder that we live in New England and storms happen all throughout the year. And I don't want you to have property damage. That's why I want you to check out my friends at K&J Tree Service. I am a proud customer of K&J, and boy, did I have a great experience. Check out kjtreeservice.com for more information and to book that free tree risk assessment.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Every day, we witness the incredible power of hope and compassion as we support individuals and families facing homelessness and addiction. We believe everyone deserves a second chance, and with your help, we can provide them with the resources that they need to rebuild their lives. By making a donation, you can honor a loved one's memory or celebrate their impact in your life. Join us in creating a brighter future for those in need. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Thank you for being part of our mission.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Head to voiceofct.com and sign up your office for free breakfast delivered from Cakes by Sonia. It's the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, accident involving a tractor trailer approaching exit 28, state of the right to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, accident approaching exit 46 before the tunnel, and it's affecting both sides of the highway. On Route 8 northbound, construction exits 12 through 14. Southbound, you have it from exit 5 through 4. Stay right to get through. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets. Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, where for the past 100 years, we've been the voice of Connecticut.
And we'll be here for at least another 300, 400, 500 years. I might not be, but hopefully a lot of you folks are. And your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandkids as well. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let me just say this because I believe I have to every time I talk like this. I get a little antsy, I get a little feisty when common sense on either side, Democrats and Republicans, is not followed here. I love teachers. I had a bunch of great teachers from nursery school all the way on up to and through college. Still speak fondly of many of my college teachers. with my former college folk there. But so the teaching profession, it is a gallant one. Again, family members and friends who do it, and I say, I don't know how you do it. I mean, I know how you do it, but I don't know how you do it. And they say, well, they love the kids. It's something they felt they were born to do, whatever. And I have nothing intrinsically against unions. I don't. If it wasn't or weren't for private or public sector unions, I don't think we'd be making what we make today, but I digress. But when there is just a sheer knee-jerk reaction here, that's what gets me upset. So Kate Diaz, who's been on this program, on this station and on this program a couple times, head of the Connecticut Education Association, they have joined, says here in the Connecticut News Junkie, a coalition. I always like coalitions. It sounds good. How many people in your coalition? 3. Me and the 2 guys next door. She has joined a coalition of union presidents representing educators in states with Democratic governors, urging those governors to opt out of the Trump White House proposed federal. This is not a Connecticut program. A federal proposed school voucher tax credit program, and she wants them to publicly reaffirm their commitment to public education. Oh, Kate, calm down. Nobody's going to blow the schools up. We invest hundreds of billions of dollars a year in public education, as we should. I've got nothing against any red cent of my tax money going to public education. I don't. But what I do come out and go crazy about, as you can tell, is this notion that if there's just a little bit in the system that gets a kid out of a public school because it's either not performing or their mom or dad really wants them to have a private or a parochial education, but they just can't afford it. It ain't cheap. My old high school's $18,000 or $19,000 a year now. I got out, it was $750 with the books. Back when we bought books. But man, you union people, if there's 1 cent, you act like it's World War VI. Quote, voucher schemes. No, these are these union communications consultants. Listen. If you refer to this Trump thing, yeah, call it a scheme. Why? It's not really a scheme. It's an idea. No, damn you, it's a scheme. Don't you get it? Quote, voucher schemes undermine the very foundation of public education. No, they don't. No, they don't. Voucher schemes undermine the very foundation of public education by diverting public resources away from neighborhood schools and into private institutions that are not subject to the same standards of accountability, transparency, civil rights protections, or democratic oversight. This letter from Ms. Diaz and her followers. What, Kate, I love you. You've been a very nice guest. What in hell are you talking about? Diaz said vouchers do not help students in under-resourced public schools. All right, maybe they do, maybe they don't. Why do you care? Well, I know why they care. Because, folks, you have to understand this. For every kid that can benefit with a voucher of federal tax money, this is not, you have to understand something. This doesn't in any way involve a red cent of school money in Connecticut. But the only thing the unions look at, and if you're a unionized teacher, I'm sorry. And by the way, if you're in a union, you're a teacher, and you don't want to actually talk on the phone, I'll read your text or your email. Because my guess is, as with any union, there are the rank and file, generally about 40 to 45% of whom or of such are on the other side on this. But this is just mind-numbing that they come out against a plan that would allow you to take a few $100. I think the limit is $1,700. $1,700. And you can take a $1,700 donation on your federal tax return. If you then take that $1,700 and put it toward a scholarship granting organization. All right, maybe it's a Catholic school, maybe it's a Hebrew school, maybe it's a madrasa. I don't know what's the problem here. Diaz said vouchers don't help students in under-resourced public schools. No, they're not. Kate, that's not what they're for. They're again, with all due respect, that's not what they're for. They're to get kids out of lousy schools because mom or dad or grandma or grandpa wants better for them, but they can't afford the full boat of a Catholic school or anything like that. It helps the wealthy and advances efforts to privatize public education. Oh my God, I got to stop. I'm going to get an aneurysm. Nobody is privatizing public education. A $1,700 donation to an organization that may find a kid who should be in a high-performing school because he or she is a high-performance student being held back. That is hardly a catastrophe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, accident involving a tractor trailer approaching exit 28. Stay to the right to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, accident approaching exit 46 before the tunnel, and it's affecting both sides of the highway. On Route 8 northbound, construction exits 12 through 14. Southbound, you have it from exit 5 through 4. Stay right to get through. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets. Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, what do you think here? Should Connecticut join dozens of other states in a voluntary federal tax credit program to help some Connecticut kids attend non-public schools? There's not a red cent of Connecticut tax money involved in this thing.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Workers prepare to take President Trump's name off the Kennedy Center in Washington. Today's the court-ordered deadline to do so. Federal judges denied a last-minute appeal to stop it, says ABC's Peter Harlambous.
He pointed out that the Trump administration has been partially already complying with this order. The website, for example, the social media pages of the Kennedy Center, they no longer have Donald Trump's name. So he didn't really see how they can remove those parts of the name but not remove the name from the building and argue this somehow would be an irreparable harm.
A federal judge is blocking President Trump's $1.8 billion fund to benefit those who claim to have been victimized by the Biden administration. Another judge rejected an attempt by two people from Virginia to cancel the White House UFC fight. That judge says the plaintiffs failed to show how they would be harmed. There is no deal yet officially announced or signed scheduled between the U.S. and Iran, but Iran says a deal's never been closer. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Selectwoman Brenda Kupchik is doubling down on her stance against the automated speed enforcement camera program in Fairfield that is now in effect, saying that it is not implemented as initially voted on at the representative town meeting. Earlier today on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Kupchik said she put her concerns forth both in person at last week's board meeting and also in a letter to Fairfield's Corporation Council, alleging the town voted on specific terms for the camera use, and that's not what they're doing.
Nowhere on any agenda did it say speed cameras, did it say ATESD, nothing. And they didn't hold a public hearing on this program. And what they said at their meeting when they voted was that they were going to send it to the traffic authority, the Fairfield Traffic Authority, which is a new entity that was created under the former first selectman, and that they were going to devise the specifics of the plan, and they were going to hold a public hearing, and they were going to vote.
Kupchik says she asked Corporation Counsel Philip Puris to consider halting the program until he could examine its legality. State health experts are warning residents to take extra precautions outside as cases of tick-borne illnesses continue to rise across the state. Medical experts such as Dr. Phil Armstrong say they're seeing increases not only in Lyme disease, but also in illnesses such as anaplasmosis and babesiosis, with emergency room visits for tick bites reaching their highest levels in nearly a decade.
So a lot of the ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures. They lie in a dormant state, and when the weather warms up again, they'll be out in numbers again.
Researchers at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station report growing numbers of infected ticks being submitted for testing, while doctors say patients are already arriving with symptoms such as fever, fatigue, body aches, and joint pain. Health officials are urging people to wear long sleeves, use insect repellents, perform thorough tick checks after spending time outside, and seek medical attention if symptoms develop following a tick bite. Hot temperatures are continuing to impact Connecticut. A heat advisory remains in effect for much of the state until tonight at 8 p.m. The heat index could reach 100 degrees today, and people are being urged to limit outdoor physical activity and stay in air conditioning. The woman suing former WWE CEO Vince McMahon for sexual and emotional abuse is filing for arbitration. Janelle Grant has claimed she suffered abuse by McMahon as an employee for WWE from 2019 to 2022. She even accused him of trafficking her to others in the company. McMahon has denied the allegations. Grant has also filed a lawsuit against current WWE President Nick Khan, saying he was an enabler. The arbitration filing was made in Connecticut District Court on Thursday. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon visited an elementary school in Seymour today where she received a warm welcome. It was part of the Department of Education's History Rocks tour. McMahon was set to visit schools in Thomaston and Fairfield earlier this year, but canceled those appearances due to backlash. She recently visited Yale, where she delivered a speech entitled The Roadmap for Restoring American Education. In Seymour, McMahon gave remarks about civics education and took part in educational games and activities centered on state and national history. And Stratford Animal Care and Control and the Stratford Animal Rescue Society are asking the community to help find homes for a large number of cats and kittens currently waiting adoption. In order to address overcrowding concerns, an emergency cat open house is being held this Sunday from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. at Stratford Animal Care and Control. All adoptable cats have received age-appropriate veterinary care. Adult cats are spayed or neutered, vaccinated, tested, and microchipped. Adult cat adoption fees will be waived. Kittens are buy one, get one through June. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor-trailer accident between exit 27A and exit 28. Left lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported approaching exit 46. Southbound delays start on the Hamden side of the West Rock Tunnel. Route 8 northbound construction exits 12 through 14. Southbound you have it exits 5 and 4. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Natch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So we'll see who Governor Ned Lamont sides with, and keep an eye on this depending upon whether you're voting for Ned Lamont or not, or Josh Elliott or not, or Ryan Fazio or not. This is, folks, I got to tell you, this is a big indicator of whether common sense rules or whether just, kowtowing to unions rule. And listen, the Republicans kowtow to people too. But this is a no-brainer, a dollar-for-dollar tax credit by the feds, not by Connecticut. There's not one single penny of state tax money that's involved here. In the one big beautiful bill from about, a year and a half ago, whatever it was, there's a program in there. It's very simple. You can deduct up to $1,700 from your federal tax obligation. So, if you owe $20,000, you take away the $1,700, you're down to $18,300. Now, you still got to pay the $18,300 or make that go away. However, you do that. But, and then you have to match that deduction, and states have the opportunity to opt in or opt out of this. You still have the option then to whatever you got the deduction written down as, up to $1,700, you can then take a check and write it for up to $1,700 to what's called an SGO, a scholarship granting organization. It's a no-brainer. Even the governor liked it. He referred to it as free money or found money. But the teachers' unions. And I'm sorry, I'm not pounding on teachers' unions per se. But this is why they engender the anger they do. And again, I don't know how many times I have to say it. Teaching is a gallant profession. It's wonderful. It really is. I have friends and family members who did teach and are still teaching. A couple of them during retirement. God bless them. We have teachers union people on this station all the time. But how do you know? Give me an example of why this is a bad idea. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, God bless Kate Diaz. She's been on this show. I know she's been on numerous times with Melissa. I don't know. I confess I don't know whether she's been on with Lisa. But nonetheless, she comes out there and says this is basically the end of public education if we do this. Come on, Kate. Come on. Now, you could come out and say, well, this is an interesting proposal. Perhaps we can have some say as to where the money go. I don't know. And I was able to pull this out of the archives. This was from the Connecticut State Senate Republicans, a letter that was mailed out. When was this? May of 2026, so last month. And the State Senate Republicans signed on to here: Stephen Harding, Henry Martin, Rob Sampson, Paul Ciccarella, Ryan Fazio, Jason Perillo, Eric Berthel, Jeff Gordon, and Heather Summers, a veritable who's who of guests here on WICC. They all asked the governor, hey, have you made your mind up on participating in this voucher thing? Now, I think I said at the time, he's weighing what to do because it's an election year. Governor, with all due respect, and I know his staff members are listening, I only say that half-kiddingly. Doing this here at this station, I worked in Hartford for a bunch of years. You people know that, working up there. Oh, no, they trust me. Between our station here and the station in New Haven and one in New London and a couple of people in Hartford. Oh, no, they listen. They listen. So don't ever say, they're not listening to you. No. If they're not directly listening, they have people who listen. Like I always used to get, I don't want to give a name, but, and I don't know if he's still with us. Nice guy, but man, after almost every one of my weekend shows in Hartford, I see, right-wing radio, see you're at it again. I write him back. I said, yeah, I'm at it again. What? We can't have an opinion here, but I digress. So the governor was asked by Connecticut Senate Republicans. Here's the letter. It's a few paragraphs. Quote, 9 months ago, our state Senate Republican caucus wrote you a letter. So this is a follow-up letter that was sent in May. In our letter of 19 August previous, we highlighted that starting in 2027, individuals can get a dollar-for-dollar tax credit of up to $1,700 a year for donations to educational nonprofits that fund K-12 scholarships for low and middle-income students. And that's an important designation here. These programs now, they're open to anybody, I get it, but, a lot of you union people talk about, black and brown and Hispanic as students. You talk a real good game. But on this, eligible scholarships can cover tuition, books, tutoring, transportation, uniforms, special needs service, and educational tech. Parents and students will get these scholarships free. 9 months ago, we noted that you were asked about this on News 12's Power and Politics show. You said it was, quote, interesting, and you said, quote, you need to look at the details of it. You also added, quote, here's the money quote right here. The governor said, quote, how do you say no to free money? We're trying to see the details of it. We'll know by the end of the year. All right. Governor, we continue to agree with you. You summed it up well last August. How do you say no to free money? We feel Connecticut should opt in to this groundbreaking school choice provision, which uplifts students and empowers families. 31 states, including the state of New York, have already done so. Thank you for your time and your interest in this matter. All right? So far, crickets. And I know why there's crickets. And the governor's no dummy. And now he has a primary opponent. When this letter was written, the second letter that was written on this, May 19th of this year, he didn't have Josh Elliott to think about. So now he's probably saying to himself, well, what are the advantages if I say yes to this or say no? What do you think? I think this is a no-brainer. And again, in the grand scheme of things, it's $1,700 a person, whatever. But it's so much, to me, it's not about the money. It's about the lack of just common sense, or what I like to talk about, and it's a trite phrase, but out-of-the-box thinking. We never try anything new here.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 475-277-6819 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 475-277-6819 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 475-277-6819 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 475-277-6819.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor trailer accident between exit 27A and exit 28. Left lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported approaching exit 46. Southbound delays start on the Hamden side of the West Rock Tunnel. Route 8 northbound construction exits 12 through 14. Southbound you have at exits 5 and 4. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Preset number 1 on AM and preset number 1 on FM. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So it's an interesting conundrum facing Governor Ned Lamont here. Which way do you think he goes on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Because he has to make a decision on this. And he says he's going to wait till the end of the year. Now, does he do this? Because if I'm reading this right, it's got to be, I'll double check on when the deadline is. But the fact that the governor said, well, I'll know what I'll do here at the end of the year. So can he just wait? Right? I mean, if he can wait till the end of the year and say, well, let me just get by this whole thing, and then he can either look like a hero to the teachers union folks, or he can look like a hero to low income and minority voters. Now, see, if I'm Ryan Fazio, again, another very nice friend of the program here and friend of the radio station. If I'm Ryan Fazio, not only do I keep going and hammering the Democrats and the governor hard with energy prices and this public benefits charge, but, I also start bringing this up. Say, hey, and this is the point of view. If you're a Republican, you say, hey, because this is an interesting topic here. This is an issue that can really be spun both ways, right? Well, hey, those dastardly Republicans, they want me to, they want me to sign on to this one big beautiful bill Trump plan, or scheme as people call it. But gosh darn it, I'm not going to do it because, I'm defending public education. So that would curry big favor with the teachers' unions. But then if somebody came out, like Ryan Fazio, who said, hey, the governor's got a signature awaiting to get Connecticut involved with a program that can help low income and maybe low to middle income people and kids in failing schools and maybe kids of color and low achieving schools and get their act together, and the governor can help you on this. Why isn't he signing that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And there's two aspects to this story. There's the actual policy itself, which to me is a no-brainer. And then you've got the execution of it, figuratively. I'm not talking about executing anybody. Figuratively, the execution of this during an election year. I would love to know, and there have been surveys done about this, but I would love to know, and we all know that union leadership is generally, Democratic, progressive leaning, and that's fine. That's an unwavering aspect of Connecticut politics, of local politics in Fairfield County, and also of national politics. But man, I would love to know what the breakdown is of Connecticut unionized teachers who are happy to be in a union, who pay their happy little union dues, but what the percentage is of those people that don't necessarily pull the blue lever or the blue lever, as it was, all the way down, and what the percentages maybe of people who say, yeah, I'm a strong union guy or gal, but we should sign on to this. But you teachers out there, now listen, you can give us a call if you'd like, if you don't fear hearing your voice on the air about this. I'd gladly put you on. Also, the email, if you prefer email to text or talk, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What do you think of this? And as a unionized teacher, you're sitting there going, yeah, there's really nothing wrong with this. I wish she'd kind of ease off here and all the union people would ease back here. Because, listen, I think by and large, our teaching situation sounds like it's getting a little better here. Schools happen to be doing better, I guess. We're instituting the SATs again in that story I told you about the other day. So that's good. But this is just up to $1,700 a person. It's a federal tax deduction. And then to get that, I guess, I don't know how you're going to have to prove it. I guess the feds are going to cross-check the accounts receivable or donations that these these scholarship-giving organizations are going to have to hand in maybe to the IRS. I don't know. I guess I could find out how that works, and we can get into the minutiae of that. But having said that, what's the problem? I just don't understand what the problem is. I don't. Again, up to $1,700 of deductible federal tax liability. So again, if you owe $10,000, you can drop that down to, if you owe $10,000, you can drop that down to $8,300. All right, $10,000 down to $8,300. But then you've got to promise to make a $1,700 donation to a scholarship granting organization here in Connecticut. And I guess there'll be some cross-references. So what's the problem with that? See, I could see, and I would well support the union's contention that it's directly pulling money from public schools if it was a Connecticut-based program. If somebody had started this or wanted to do this on the Republican side, then if I'm a proud union member or Democratic teacher or paraprofessional, I say, no, not happening. Not on my watch. That I get it. This is federal money. There is no Connecticut tax liability at all. As the governor said, free money. What? Free money? How do we say no to that?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor-trailer accident between exit 27A and exit 28. Left lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported approaching exit 46. Southbound delays start on the Hamden side of the West Rock Tunnel. Route 8 northbound construction exits 12 through 14. Southbound you have it exits 5 and 4. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. And that's Kraus, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut, commemorating 250 years
of sustainability,
of culture, of innovation, of democracy.
169 towns strong.
250 years of Connecticut.
Visit 250nct.com for a calendar of don't miss celebrations and events.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back, Fridays at 6 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yeah, a little note here. You should know about this if you were going to this thing. A World Cup watch party for Team USA's opening match tonight has been canceled at Trinity Health Stadium. That's the stadium on I-91 where the Hartford Athletic play. I think that's the old Dillon Stadium. But apparently it is canceled. The Hartford Athletic said the cancellation is due to unforeseen circumstances beyond the club's control. And who knows I don't want to speculate here, but really, who knows, man. So if you were going to get in your little buggy in New Haven, Fairfield County, Hartford County, whatever, all over the state, or maybe streaming us on voiceofct.com, if you were going to go to that watch party, don't. Those who'd registered for the watch party will get 2 free tickets to a future Hartford Athletic home soccer match. So there you go. These watch parties are, you see in New York City now where, the mayor was arguing with Mr. Dolan yesterday about that. And they do get a little, I don't know why people have to act like jerks at this thing. Your team wins. So when did that exactly pinpoint a time in American history when that became okay? To vandalize, to beat up cops, to trash stuff, to set trash cans on fire. When exactly did that become okay? Can you tell me, was there a point in time when we did that? I mean, even up at UConn a few years ago, all this but now you want to be out in the street and yell and scream and hug people and kiss unsuspecting women? I'm kidding. It's a joke. My God. It's like that famous end of World War II picture in Times Square. I mean, that, all right, but the violence and everything, so no, absolutely not. So if you go out and celebrate when and if the Knicks win, please, for God's sake, behave.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. The White House wins one legal battle and loses two others, all over failure to show irreparable harm. Workers are preparing to take President Trump's name off the Kennedy Center in Washington. Today's the court-ordered deadline to do so. A federal judge has denied a last-minute appeal to stop it. And another judge rejected a request to cancel the White House's UFC fight. ABC's Peter Harlambous on Trump's reaction to the Kennedy Center case.
To put it lightly, he's very angry about this. He's repeatedly spoken about it, put out multiple Truth Social posts. He's attacked the judge who made the decision. He's called out the judge's wife even, and he's threatened to pull back the entire renovation efforts.
The administration's appeal claim removal of the Trump name could create confusion and hurt fundraising. Harlambous on the UFC decision.
The judge finding that the two people who filed this lawsuit, it's two Virginia residents, one of them who likes to protest in that area, the other one an Uber driver, could not show that they had legal standing to sue, that they would actually be impacted by this enough to have a legal claim.
The federal judge has blocked President Trump's $1.8 billion fund to benefit those who claim to have been victimized by the Biden administration. The reason, says the judge, is that the acting attorney general has not rescinded in writing, under penalty of perjury, his order establishing the fund. While there is no deal yet officially announced or signing scheduled between the U.S. and Iran, Iran's foreign minister says an agreement has never been closer. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
A senior administration official says a couple of the things that are key to this deal right now is that Iran's nuclear material will be destroyed and removed, and that their program will be dismantled. They will not receive any money, no unfreezing of assets, until they perform, as this official put it, and it's not clear what that actually means.
ABC's Karen Travers. Wall Street indexes are higher. You're listening to ABC News.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code PROGRAM25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROGRAM25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROGRAM25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At least 11 people were shot, one killed in a shooting today in Midland, Texas. ABC's Alex Stone.
Police in Midland say there was an active shooter situation this morning. It turned into a barricade situation after hours of trying to negotiate with the alleged shooter. That person is dead. It started at around 8 in the morning, and when police arrived on scene in Midland, they say they could hear gunfire. Police SWAT teams then tried to negotiate with the shooter. They say the shooter was contained in an area, but the mayor is confirming victims were shot.
Since lawmakers have gone home for the weekend, a section of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act will expire tonight at a late Friday deadline. It's the section allowing warrantless wiretapping of people outside the U.S. Democrats won't sign on until Trump loyalist Bill Pulte is replaced as acting director of national intelligence. Today marks 10 years since 49 people were killed in the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida. The attack by an ISIS-inspired gunman on the LGBTQ-friendly club happened in the middle of Pride Month. Mike Napolitano, a SWAT officer, survived being shot in the helmet while confronting the gunman in the club.
I don't know how to describe it, but it just knocked me down, completely just rocked, my entire sense of time and everything.
Napolitano says he then thought he better shoot back at the guy. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Hot temperatures are continuing to impact Connecticut. A heat advisory remains in effect for much of the state until tonight at 8 p.m. The heat index could reach 100 degrees, and people are being urged to limit outdoor physical activity and stay in air conditioning. 3 people, including 2 firefighters, are injured following a house fire in Norwalk. The fire broke out early Thursday morning on Harriet Street. Officials say the fire was declared under control after 19 minutes, but 1 person suffered severe burns and 2 firefighters suffered minor burns in the incident. The cause of the fire is under investigation. The woman suing former WWE CEO Vince McMahon for sexual and emotional abuse is filing for arbitration. Janelle Grant has claimed she suffered abuse by McMahon as an employee for WWE from 2019 to 2022. She even accused him of trafficking her to others in the company. McMahon has denied the allegations. Grant has also filed a lawsuit against current WWE president Nick Khan, saying he was an enabler. The arbitration filing was made in Connecticut District Court on Thursday. And Secretary of Education Linda McMahon received a warm welcome after she visited an elementary school in Seymour today. It was part of the Department of Education's History Rocks tour. McMahon was set to visit schools in Thomaston and Fairfield earlier this year, but canceled those appearances due to backlash. She recently visited Yale, where she delivered a speech entitled The Roadmap for Restoring American Education. In Seymour, McMahon gave remarks about civics education and took part in educational games and activities centered on state and national history. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, overturned vehicle, exit 46 before the tunnel in the right lane. Southbound, onlooking delays start before the West Rock Tunnel. On 95, the northbound side plan on 90 minutes at least from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Parkway really isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, checking out some of the answers. We've gotten to our question of the day. Should Connecticut join voluntarily? There's no federal mandate here. But should Connecticut join dozens of other states? The majority of them are red states. Some are blue, though. In a voluntary federal tax credit program that could help some kids attend some non-public schools. Yes. This could help kids go to, charter schools, which I know a lot of the folks don't like. I have a dear friend of mine in this business who is a great teacher himself, not selves. He knows what gender he is. But I've got a great friend who, if you want to see him start to twitch, get cartoon eyes, and his eyes bug out, mention charter school or charter school. So, yeah, we've had, I don't want to say we've argued about this because we were in this business for a time. He was very good, but he got out and became a teacher, and he's done wonderfully where he's taught. Really cares about his students, and I really admire that about him. But he is one of these people that, as an educator, views, I don't want to say he views charter schools as the enemy per se. I'm not saying that. Those were not his words. But, you hear about this and look at this, and the minute you mention charter schools to some teachers, they say, well, yeah, all right, though, but, we don't have the flexibility they do, and that's true. And again, not every charter school is good. I mean, we've had some here in Connecticut that have been very good, and then there are some that have been rife with fraud and funding irregularities and all that. So when I talk about scholarships here or these vouchers to help send kids of all stripes, and, listen to the union argument against this where, Kate Diaz, the union president, is saying, well, hey, there are no income limits here as to who can use these. So, you may have rich kids being able to take advantage of them. Well, yeah, okay. So again, the teachers' union argument is not without merit completely. I understand. But again, we're talking a maximum, and in case you're just joining us, the teachers' union came out today. Connecticut's one of, I think, 32 major teacher organizations coming out and saying, Connecticut's teachers' union head, Kate Diaz, joins 37 others in opposing private school vouchers. Kate Diaz joining a coalition, says here, of union presidents representing educators in states with Democratic governors. Well, it's good the news junkie pointed that out, urging those governors to opt out of the Trump White House proposed federal private school voucher tax credit program and publicly reaffirm their commitment to public education. Well, can't you do both? Is this mutually exclusive? Can't you? I mean, seriously, can't you do both? Is it not possible to come out and say, hey, we don't want to harm public education. We defend public education, but we are saying here that we also want to give some kids who may be in a particular sticky situation a better look here and a better chance? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, if you want to contact me, if you're a teacher and you don't want to really be on the radio here, because listen, some people don't care, but some people, I've had emails and texts from people who say, yeah, I love your show, this and the other, thank you very much, but I just can't call because if X, Y, and Z heard me on the show, they, no. And listen, I don't really besmirch or belittle Kate Diaz into what she's doing here. She's trying to protect, and listen, I understand where the concern is because let's say, just for argument's sake, let's say across the state of Connecticut, if this program were to be kicked off, right, and the program proved to be more popular than even anybody thought in the Trump White House, and let's say that 1,000 kids through various schools, various public school systems, were able to then, or their parents or whatever, they were able to then remove themselves from that system and get scholarships and these vouchers to go to a private school. Well, that's lost money. And anytime we talk about things like this, I always urge you to think about the bottom line. And I know it's tough to get by the rhetoric of the pro-teachers union and the anti-teachers union and all of that. But think about this. And I have my trusty calculator on the computer screen on now. 1,000 kids, let's say 1,000 students were able to leave the Connecticut public school system in any town, borough, city, whatever. I got 1,000 students. Connecticut spends on average, I think, it's about $23,000 a year for public school education. So you multiply that by 1,000, add the 3 zeros, and you know what that comes out to be? $23 million. And again, I don't blame, this is an aspect that, yes, the teachers' unions may have a point. May. I didn't say they did, but I said they may have a point. Saying, well, wait a minute, for each public school student, that is pulled out of their system relative to where they are because of these vouchers. That's $23,000 in education funding that's lost. Now, you could argue on the other side, well, wait a minute. Does that not help the taxpayers as well in an era where we are saying how onerous and egregious property taxes have become, mainly to fund education?
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
It sounds like
It goes.
It's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motor Works, in Fairfield, off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motor Works.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Need roofing, siding, gutters, or chimney repair? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaking chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. Right now, payments start as low as $99 per month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Go to voiceofct.com and click on contests. Enter to win tickets to see Chicago at Toyota Oakdale Theater November 11th. Tickets on sale today through Live Nation.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, overturned vehicle, exit 46 before the tunnel in the right lane. Southbound onlooking delays start before the West Rock Tunnel. On 95, the northbound side plan on 90 minutes at least from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Parkway really isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Trumbull's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Right here you are, kids. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A judge declines to halt the UFC fight at the White House coming up on this Sunday, June 14th, which is Donald Trump's birthday. It's Flag Day, too, isn't it? Isn't Flag Day always June 14th? You know, and it does, look, you'll always find somebody to, file a lawsuit to stop something, but the judge didn't do that because whoever filed this lawsuit didn't have standing. And what standing means, it's a legal justification for saying no, you're not hurt by this. I know you don't like the guy or whatever, Republican or Democrat, but when you hear a case that is dismissed, you say, well, the judge in the case declined to hear the case or dismiss the case because there was no injury here. There was no legal injury. Now, I don't know what the argument was. Whomever filed this case was probably something to do with, I don't know. What could the argument have been? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. U.S. District Judge Amit Mehta's ruling allows organizers to use the White House lawn as a venue for the Sunday planned UFC mixed martial arts event. Listen, I respect the hell out of these ladies and guys that do this UFC. Used to be called Ultimate Fighting. It's not my thing. And again, understand something. I know a lot of people are into this. I admire these athletes. I'm a boxing guy. You and I probably grew up and came of age, a lot of us, when, we would talk about who was the best heavyweight of all. Right now, who's the heavyweight champion? Seriously, think about that. Now, we know all about these UFC guys, mixed martial arts, John Cena, all those guys. What's her name? Susie Cyborg. Well, I forgot what her first name is. Cindy Cyborg. Myrtle Cyborg, whatever, right? Gina Carano and what's her name in a fight that lasted 17 seconds? Come on, are you kidding me? So yeah, we know more about these people now. Maybe if this was 50 years ago when they were doing this, it would have been boxing. But the judge did not stop the fight today. Somebody tried last minute. The judge concluded that the plaintiffs likely do not have legal standing to challenge the event and failed to prove that they, like I just said, would suffer irreparable harm by the event going forward. Oh, it was this. Attorneys from the nonprofit Integrity Project sued to challenge this on behalf of an activist and Vietnam War veteran. The two plaintiffs also asked the court to block organizers from building anything for the event, including that 92-foot tall 600, that thing is 600 tons, that claw. The plaintiffs in the lawsuit alleged aesthetic harm. Doesn't look good. But the judge said they're going to take the thing down starting Monday morning. And he said, quote, the president's musings about permanency of the claw does not move the dial in the face of a White House official's clear representation. All right, so I guess it was filed on the fact that Donald Trump, doing what Donald Trump does, said, yeah, maybe I'll leave it there. Could you imagine if they left the claw there? Oh, my God. Can you imagine that? Trump's administration cannot issue permits for sporting events on the South Lawn or at the Lincoln Memorial, where UFC fighters plan to hold a news conference in front of fans today. They noted that the event is a privately organized for-profit business venture with VIP packages costing millions of bucks. Oh, man. Listen, to people who say, well, Trump is profiting, well, listen, you know why Trump is profiting? Because he's got customers. That's why. So, yeah, I get it. I do. That ideally there should not be any sort of for-profit thing going on here with the presidency. But, you know, and you could probably say, well, Paul, it's specifically prohibited by X, Y, and Z. I'm sure it is somewhere. But, you know, if you got customers, man, right? If you got yourself some customers, you know there's always going to be a place for people who end up wanting your very product or what you're selling or what you intend on putting to the front of the stage.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, overturned vehicle, exit 46 before the tunnel in the right lane. Southbound onlooking delays start before the West Rock Tunnel. On 95, the northbound side plan on 90 minutes at least from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Parkway really isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, Insurance Agent.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625. Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, coming up after the break, we'll do news and traffic and weather together and all that, and we'll talk about an interesting legal case here in the state. This will apparently be, and Chris has mentioned it in the news a couple of times over the past few days. Not the U.S. Supreme Court, but the Connecticut State Supreme Court is allowing an anonymous jury to go ahead in a high-profile case. And this, well, you know, you would say, and I heard this and I said, well, okay, aren't all juries or jurors anonymous? And apparently, no. Connecticut's High Court will not stop the state's first anonymous jury trial from going ahead. And this has to do with limits on what the prosecution and the defense can learn or know about each juror and what the families can find out. Again, there's multiple crimes involved here. So we will talk with Catherine Revelo from our friend Mark Fitcher's site, the Connecticut Inside Investigator, coming up shortly. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. A shooting this morning turned into a barricade situation in Midland, Texas, police say, and after hours of trying to negotiate with the suspected shooter, that person is dead. 9 others taken to the hospital. Midland Mayor Lori Blong.
Our thoughts and prayers are absolutely with the victims and with their families, with our first responders.
And police say that they have identified the shooting suspect who was wanted for attempted murder of an officer earlier this week. While there's no deal yet officially announced or signing scheduled between the U.S. and Iran, Iran's foreign minister says an agreement has never been closer. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
We were just briefed by a senior administration official who said that they believe they're about 80 to 85% of the way to getting this done, but not 100%.
Workers preparing to take President Trump's name off the Kennedy Center in Washington. Today's the court-ordered deadline to do so. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Mounting pressure is building on Governor Ned Lamont to reject natural gas pipeline projects. A report from the Connecticut Center for Economic Analysis says the increased use of natural gas in the state has forced costly infrastructure upgrades that were passed on to consumers without a decrease in fuel prices. The report also blames the state for using gas-fired power plants to export electricity to other states and making the air quality worse. Lamont addressed the report, calling it a, quote, timely and important study. He also said that his administration is committed to strengthening Connecticut's green economy. Fairfield's selectwoman Brenda Kupchik is doubling down on her stance against the automated speed camera enforcement program in Fairfield that is now in effect, saying it was not implemented as initially voted at the representative town meeting. Earlier today on the Lisa Wexler show on WICC, Kupchik said she put her concerns forth both in person at last week's board meeting and also in a letter to Fairfield's Corporation Council, alleging the town voted on specific terms for the camera use, and that's not what they're doing.
Nowhere on any agenda did it say speed cameras, did it say ATESD, nothing. And they didn't hold a public hearing on this program. And what they said at their meeting when they voted was that they were going to send it to the Traffic Authority, the Fairfield Traffic Authority, which is a new entity that was created under the former first selectman, and that they were going to devise the specifics of the plan, and they were going to hold a public hearing, and they were going to vote.
Kupchik says she asked Corporation Counsel Philip Pires to consider halting the program until he could examine its legality. An inmate is dead after being found unresponsive in his cell at the Corrigan Correctional Center. Staff found 60-year-old Thomas Harrison around 1 p.m. during routine tours on Thursday and immediately started life-saving techniques, including CPR. He was transported to a nearby hospital for treatment, but was pronounced dead at the hospital. Connecticut State Police and the State Office of the Inspector General are investigating the death. The State Office of the Chief Medical Examiner will determine the cause of death. Authorities say there were reports of neglect before a child was killed by a vehicle in Manchester. The Department of Children and Families had received 2 reports before 3-year-old Akari Cortez was killed on Wednesday. The reports were received by DCF on June 1st and June 5th, both alleging a lack of supervision. DCF is not talking about the specifics of the cases due to confidentiality rules. This is the 3rd case in the last 4 months involving a child who died within a week of being in contact with the agency. Some Connecticut students got an early start to the weekend as extreme heat forced schools across the state to shorten the school day. With heat index values climbing above 100 degrees in some areas and many classrooms lacking air conditioning, multiple districts announced that they would be having early dismissal to keep students and staff safe. Parents say the sudden schedule changes can be challenging, but many agree it's better than having children spend hours in sweltering classrooms where learning becomes difficult. Governor Ned Lamont has activated Connecticut's extreme hot weather protocol through the weekend, opening cooling centers statewide and urging residents to take precautions as the state's first major heat wave of the year settles in. State health experts are warning residents to take extra precautions outside as cases of tick-borne illnesses continue to rise across the state. Medical experts such as Dr. Phil Armstrong say they're seeing increases not only in Lyme disease, but also in illnesses such as anaplasmosis and babesiosis, with emergency room visits for tick bites reaching their highest levels in nearly a decade.
So a lot of the ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures. They lie in a dormant state, and when the weather warms up again, they'll be out in numbers again.
Researchers at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station report growing numbers of infected ticks being submitted for testing, while doctors say patients are already arriving with symptoms including fever, fatigue, body aches, and joint pain. And the city of Bridgeport has received 6 bids to redevelop the soon-to-be vacant former home of the Bridgeport Islanders minor league hockey team. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganem's administration, in conjunction with Governor Ned Lamont's administration, set a deadline of Thursday, June 11th to submit bids. Tom Gaudet, Ganem's chief administrative officer, said he was, quote, pleasantly surprised by the bids. One of those bids submitted was from Howard Safan, the developer who converted the ballpark at Harbor Yard, the former home of the former Bridgeport Bluefish, into a concert amphitheater. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, an accident at exit 46 involving an overturned vehicle. It's affecting both sides of the highway. 91 southbound, you are Crawl and exit 8 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Folks avoiding the problem on the Wilbur Cross. 95 northbound, Lower Fairfield County, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway is only slightly easier. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to open phones momentarily. Whatever's on your mind here. A lot more coming up. Talk or text the same number. You know that, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The aforementioned story here in the Connecticut Inside Investigator Supreme Court, that would be the state Supreme Court, not the feds. The Supreme Court's going to allow an anonymous jury trial to go ahead in the Stokes trial. Interesting here, and I learned a bunch of stuff about this. And the reporter who's been on this show before, Catherine Revelo, joins us to outline this, how it came about, and why it could be very interesting. Catherine, hi, it's Paul again. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon, Paul. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for taking the time on a Friday to join us. So talk about this, Catherine. Set this up for my listeners and why it is interesting here about the anonymity of the jury.
Right, absolutely. So I think there's a couple of interesting points here, which is, this is Joseph Stokes' second trial for murder. The first trial back in 2024 ended in a mistrial, and then in May of this year, the state filed an appeal to impanel this anonymous jury on the basis of a report from a jailhouse informant alleging that Stokes had attempted to tamper with the jury from his first trial. And on the basis of that, which is still a pending criminal charge and hasn't actually been proven yet, the state went out and sought to have this jury impaneled anonymously. And, so from the perspective of Stokes and his defense team, this is now infringing on, a lot of your constitutional rights to defend yourself, because they effectively can't question jurors because they're not allowed to ask identifying questions, names, professions, that type of things that, would be standard for a defense team or even the state to ask to try to weed out jurors who might be prejudiced.
So so during, like, say, the voir dire here, and when the jury is picked, and I'm not saying this, to be flip here, but are these jurors, when they're picked, say, for the defense team there, are they going to be referred to as, hey, you, or like, man number one or woman number two here, as far as the anonymity of all this? Is that how it's going to work?
Right, exactly. So the court order that is currently in effect, which the Supreme Court declined to overturn, doesn't allow either the defense or the state to identify the jurors by name. So
I wonder, Catherine, if you have a scenario here of, is there any fear then of this jury, for example? I don't know. I mean, can associates of Stokes or the attorneys follow these jurors, or could they have people like watching at the courthouse when they come and go? I guess the point here is, and maybe this was addressed in the deliberations over this, if somebody wants to find out who somebody is, can't they just do it if they try hard enough, or not?
Yeah, I mean, I would suspect in, this day and age with the internet that would certainly be a thing. Right, and that was one of the issues that was raised during the oral arguments before the Supreme Court earlier this week is, the state has been able to go online and to search social media for information about these jurors, which the defense hasn't been able to do, which is kind of standard practice now when it comes to the voir dire process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we all know that during voir dire and during the questioning here, we all know that, there are several preemptory challenges allowed here, and whether you're the defense or whether you're the prosecution, you can always find reasons as to whether, seems like a smart guy or a smart woman, I don't want her on this jury because ... right?
Right, exactly.
Is there, and the guest is Catherine Revelo from the Inside Investigator. Her story, Supreme Court, not the U.S. Supreme Court, the Connecticut State Supreme Court allows anonymous jury to go ahead in the Stokes trial. Is there a fear for the well-being of these jurors?
I don't know if there has been a specific articulated fear, right? I think the state kind of has a general concern based off of this allegation of jury tampering, again, which hasn't been proven, that I think could influence the outcome of the trial and potentially, impacts the trial. I don't know that they've specifically said whether there are any, fears for the actual physical safety of the jurors.
Might this, Catherine, final question here, might this end up eventually in front of the U.S. Supreme Court on a violation or allegation of a basic right of the accused? Was there any buzz about that in all this setup situation?
Yeah, I certainly think that's a possibility. I think, one of the reasons the Connecticut Supreme Court didn't stop this from going ahead now is because they want to have the evidentiary record of the trial to then have that return as an appeal to them for them to rule on and to look a little bit more closely how this affects Connecticut's individual voir dire right, which is enshrined in the Connecticut State Constitution and not in any other state constitution.
All right, Catherine Revelo. Catherine, thank you. From Inside Investigator, her story, Supreme Court allows anonymous jury to go ahead in the Stokes trial. Catherine, thanks, and we'll be in touch. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, thanks. Catherine Revelo, Revello. So think about that. And, I guess they and when you hear the term voir dire, it's a French term, obviously. Ain't Italian, I know that. Voir dire. And that's the questioning of potential jurors before any court trial, any jury trial in the U.S., where you have representatives of the prosecution, representative of counsel for the defense, and they are looking to get the most favorable person, man or woman, to serve on the jury. But that's interesting that the jurors in this trial will only be referred to, or not actually during the trial, because they don't really get extensively identifiable during the trial. You know that they say, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," or may it please the court if I can get the jury's attention, blah, 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 blah. But I guess when they go through that questioning about what a person does for a living, could they be impartial in this and that, they cannot use or read or get the information on who that juror actually is. I don't know. I sniff a U.S. Supreme Court challenge coming on this one.
Here's a pickle. You're recovering from a car accident, but the insurance company keeps delaying your claim and dodging your calls. They ask for more paperwork, more statements, and still won't give you a clear answer. Meanwhile, the bills keep coming.
Hi, I'm Alan Pickell of the Pickell Law Firm. Since 1990, we've been helping Connecticut clients recover compensation after devastating injuries.
If you're in a pickle, call Pickell at 475-4PICKELL because results matter. PickellLaw.com.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores.
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15, southbound, an accident at exit 46 involving an overturned vehicle. It's affecting both sides of the highway. 91, southbound, you are crawling exit 8 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Folks avoiding the problem on the Wilbur Cross. 95, northbound, Lower Fairfield County, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway is only slightly easier. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Grab your smartphone and get our app so you don't miss any of the conversation. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli continues on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I don't know about that. That's interesting. Would you want to be part of a trial, whether you're the defendant there or the plaintiff, the one who's bringing the complaint, or the defendant, the one who's defending him or herself from the plaintiff? Would you want to, for example, have a jury that is really not known to, I guess the judge would know? I don't know. I don't know. You know, if you are an attorney out there, if you're a prosecuting attorney, if you're a prosecutor, criminal defense attorney, I'd love to hear what you think about this. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The Connecticut State Supreme Court will not stop the state's first anonymous jury trial from going ahead. The court granted a review of a petition brought by J. Patton Brown. He's the lawyer for Joseph Stokes, looking to modify a court order that limits the questions they can ask of jurors. If denied relief without prejudice, meaning the same issues can later be raised on an appeal following the trial outcome, and that the anonymous jury will go ahead. Stokes is on trial for the 2019 murder of Aaron Ormsby for the second time after his first trial in 2024 ended in a mistrial. The second trial was delayed over concerns that Stokes had engaged in jury tampering during the first trial. Allegedly passing the names of jury members to his father, who then planned to use social media to learn personal information and threaten them. You know, I'm set to do jury duty. I already put it off once, so I have second time you have to go. When am I set for? I think it's August 3rd. I've got to go. I think I've got to go to New Haven on August 3rd. Dear God, I got to get out of that. Look. I always said one day, years from now when I'm retired, I will happily serve on a jury. I will. Honestly, I will. But you know what the kind of case I want to be on? And by the way, if you have any jury duty stories, love to hear them from you right now. Why don't we do that? That'd be kind of fun today. As we approach halftime of the big radio program here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, I'm on a hot streak here. I've been called, 4 times, I think, 3 times. Only once did we ever actually get in the courtroom. But just my luck, where I'm going to get put on a trial that is going to be, I don't want to be on a murder trial, right? Just my luck. I'm going to go on August 3rd, and I'm like, please, Judge, please. What do you do, sir? I'm a right-wing nut on the radio, and I think everybody should be killed for every crime. Will that get me off? No, sir, sorry. They try that all the time. Go back and be seated. But I don't know. Put me on a car. If I have to be, oh my God. Put me on a car accident case. How about a slip and, I know what I'll do. I don't want anybody to get hurt. But how about a nice slip and fall in a supermarket, right? Oh, there was how about, what's the case? Well, there was a jar of pasta sauce that cracked and broke. Yeah, but didn't they clean it up? Yeah, but they left one slippery spot. Oh, let me guess. That's what happened. Yeah, we got that, huh? But sweet Jesus in heaven, don't put me on one of these mob oh my God, that's all I need. That's all I need. The jury was whisked to a hotel for the night, and it'll be back in court tomorrow. Oh God, please no. All right, we got a couple of folks hanging on. We'll do that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm telling you, please, everybody, I want you to say novenas and prayers that you get me off that jury duty. I love the system. I'm good with the system when I don't have to sit there and lose money on it. That's fine. That's
ICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15, southbound, an accident at exit 46 involving an overturned vehicle. It's affecting both sides of the highway. 91, southbound, you are crawling exit 8 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Folks avoiding the problem on the Wilbur Cross. On 95, northbound, lower Fairfield County, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway is only slightly easier. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Steve in Greenwich. Steve, you're on WICC. How are you, sir? What's up?
Great, thanks. I was just calling to opine on that anonymous jury question.
Yeah.
And I guess my thoughts are I'd be okay with it because I think a judge always has the right to overrule a jury's decision.
Mm-hmm.
The jury decides facts, and the judge adheres to the legal matter. So I think it should work itself out either way.
One would think.
If it was an egregious decision by the jury.
Yeah. I mean, and listen, somebody has their names, right?
Right.
Yeah. Are you in the legal profession, Steve? Can I ask or
I'm
no?
not.
Okay.
No. I'm a public school product that.
Okay.
that was frustrated when they found out that the judge always has the right to overrule a jury.
Yeah, people, and thank you, Steve.
Very
Appreciate
rarely
that.
done.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Yeah, judge does have that right. 99.99999% of the time, the judge will accede to what the jury wants. Will the foreman please, four-person, please stand and on count one, how do you, they go through the, and some of these trials with 37 or 38 counts, my God. Dave's in Meriden today. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, Paul. Hey, I'm being exempt from jury duty because I'm over 70.
Yeah.
You don't have to serve, but the last time I was called down to New Haven, I went in there and they were questioning me, and they bring everybody in the room.
Yeah.
And they asked me, do you have any reason you shouldn't serve? I said, well, I've got two lawyers and a judge in the family.
Oh.
They heard that. They're out of here.
That was it, huh?
That was it.
Yeah, that was it. That was it. All right, Dave, thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I was excused by a judge in New Haven years ago because one time I was excused because I was working in the media, and I said to the judge, Judge, I'm a radio talk show host and I have a lot of strong feelings and thoughts on this. And the other time I was in a case similar to the case that I would have been asked to participate on. So both times the judge said, okay, see you later. Oh, bye. Bye-bye. Kevin in Trumbull before news. Kevin, what's up with you?
Hey, how you doing? Good talking with you. Hey,
Good.
I was on a jury years ago, murder trial.
Oh.
And honestly, it scared the heck out of me with the voir dire because we're going through it.
Yeah.
And they're asking me, where do you live?
Oh, yeah.
Where are your parents? Where do they live? And I'm saying to myself, am I going to get someone in a shady car coming to my house knocking on my door?
Yes.
And anyway, we ended up having to call in every night for 3 weeks
to
see if we had to show up. So for 3 weeks, I'm pooping my pants.
Oh.
Like, I got to go. So finally, on the third week, thank God,
Yeah.
you get a phone call. It's a superior court.
Hey, Kevin, don't go anywhere. I want to, because this is a really good call, man. Hang on. I want to give you more time. Kevin in Trumbull. Man, murder trial. Oh, my God. Dear God, please, not for me.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Police say they know who the shooter was this morning in Midland, Texas. They say after hours of trying to negotiate with the barricaded shooter, that person is dead with 9 others taken to the hospital. Midland Mayor Lori Blogg.
Our thoughts and prayers are absolutely with the victims and with their families, with our first responders, with all of the medical staff that are responding this morning.
Police say the shooter was being sought for the alleged attempted murder of an officer earlier this week. Iran's foreign minister says an agreement with the U.S. has never been closer. ABC's Karen Travers.
There are reports out there saying that Iran is getting money up front to sign this memo of understanding, but they said no, that is not the case. Quote, what they get is they get rewarded economically for complying with their obligations under the deal. Now, the big difference here is Iran, their state media has said that they're going to see the unfreezing of assets from the signing of this.
Workers are preparing to take President Trump's name off of the Kennedy Center in Washington. Today is the court-ordered deadline to do so, and a federal judge has denied a last-minute appeal to stop it. ABC's Peter Harlambous.
The judge finding that the Trump administration failed to show how they would be irreparably harmed by complying with this decision. The judge also calling out the Trump administration, in part basically saying that, you've had 14 days to appeal this ruling. You're waiting to the final day.
Another judge rejected a request to cancel the White House's UFC fight. The Pentagon has released a new batch of reports on UFOs. This is ABC's Louis Martinez.
The previous 2 batches that we've seen of videos have come from the military, maybe 1 or 2 civilian. But in this case, what we're seeing is more civilian cases. And they deemed that the person, the eyewitness, as they call them, to be credible. Nothing that we've seen in the files that are being released right now indicates that these objects are of extraterrestrial origin.
Wall Street index is closing higher. You're listening to ABC News.
That'll be 84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
A federal judge has blocked President Trump's $1.8 billion fund to benefit those claiming damages by the Biden administration. The judge says the acting attorney general has not rescinded in writing under penalty of perjury his order establishing the fund. Part of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act will expire tonight. It's part that allows warrantless wiretapping outside the U.S. Democrats demand that Bill Pulte, a Trump loyalist, be replaced as acting director of national intelligence. It will have been nearly 5 years since the deadly 2022 Uvalde, Texas school shooting when former school police chief Pete Arredondo stands trial for allegedly endangering students that day. During a brief court appearance today, a judge set a tentative trial date of February 22nd, 2027. Ebola cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo have surpassed 600. As the outbreak continues to spread, there are 635 confirmed cases, 127 deaths, says Congo's Minister of Health. Some Ebola deaths in Uganda, too. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
There are some studies suggesting that we're only seeing the reports from about 20 to 60% of cases where there needs to be contact tracing. So the worry is, due to displacement and due to a lack of supplies and mistrust, that not all the cases and exposures are being counted right now, and the illness count could get much higher.
Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire after shares of his rocket company SpaceX soared today. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Hot temperatures are continuing to impact Connecticut. A heat advisory remains in effect for much of the state until tonight at 8 p.m. The heat index could reach 100 degrees today, and people are being urged to limit outdoor physical activity and stay in air conditioning. Some Connecticut students got an early start to the weekend as extreme heat forced schools across the state to shorten the school day, with heat index values climbing above 100 degrees in some areas and many classrooms lacking air conditioning. Multiple districts announced early dismissal to keep students and staff safe. Parents say the sudden schedule changes can be challenging, but many agree it's better than having children spend hours in sweltering classrooms where learning becomes difficult. Governor Ned Lamont has activated Connecticut's extreme hot weather protocol through the weekend, opening cooling centers statewide and urging residents to take precautions as the state's first major heat wave of the year settles in. And the city of Bridgeport has received 6 bids to redevelop the soon-to-be vacant former home of the Bridgeport Islanders minor league hockey team. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganem's administration, in conjunction with Governor Ned Lamont's administration, set a deadline of Thursday, June 11th to submit bids. Tom Gaudet, Ganem's chief administrative officer, said he was, quote, pleasantly surprised by the bids. One of those bids submitted was from Howard Safan, the developer who converted the ballpark at Harbor Yard, the former home of the former Bridgeport Bluefish, into a concert amphitheater. Safan's proposal would end the building's days as a sports arena and would make it into a smaller space to, quote, serve both the local market as well as the regional market in arts and entertainment. Besides Safan, the other bidders were Pillar Management of New York City, the Major League of Indoor Football, Javello, a Glastonbury-based limited liability corporation, KAO Distribution of Mount Vernon, New York, and a Canadian entity called Essential Sports Group. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes, Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Stamford. On Route 8 northbound, we have reports of construction going into exit 15. No crash reported, though. And in New Haven, 91 southbound, Corallan from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross, you have residual delays either side into the tunnel from earlier issues. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Natch Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 2 hours down, 2 to go. How are you? It's Paul Piselli here. Coming up a little bit later on, we will go back to that topic regarding the teachers' unions coming out and waving a finger at Governor Ned Lamont saying, no, 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 Governor. No, Edward, Your Excellency, no, no, no. Don't partake in a Trump White House-sponsored tax credit program, even though it does not actually affect any Connecticut funding, so we'll talk about that. But we're talking about, and I wanted to go back to this caller because I love the story, and we'll start the story over again for those of you just joining us now at about 10 after 4. The Connecticut State Supreme Court allows a trial to go ahead, a retrial for a Mr. Stokes with an anonymous jury, meaning that there's going to be limited information as to what the prosecution and the defense see about this case on a retrial. Look, I don't think the words anonymous jury can ever have a good connotation. That's just me. Call me crazy, all right? Let's go back to Kevin in Trumbull, and I was talking about how I wouldn't mind being on jury duty, but let's wait about 10 years when I'm finally retired, and let me do a trip and fall on a sidewalk. That's it. They should have fixed it. Give her $1 million. Have a nice day. Kevin, start your story again, man, because that's just it was getting better and better. So go ahead. Your jury experience here.
Yeah, born and raised in Trumbull, living here now, and I get called. They got my number. Every 2-3 years, I get the
Me
card
too.
in the mail.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we go there, and my last name is toward the end of the alphabet, so we usually have to wait till the end of the day like you did in grade school. Anyway, they call my name. Oh, boy. So we go into voir dire.
Yeah.
So we're sitting there, and I'm saying, I'm done. I know the judge's daughter. I'm good.
Oh, really? Really?
My
Oh.
uncle's a cop. He knows the prosecutor.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
And I'm okay. So then they're saying jury are your peers, and I'm looking at the family and the kid. It was capital case, murder case.
Oh.
I'm his peer. I'm Mr. Whitebread from Trumbull. I'm his peer. Okay. They don't use that phrase anymore, I don't believe, jury of your peers.
Yeah.
Anyway, as long as you got a poll.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so we go there and we do the voir dire. They want my parents' name, my name, where do you live, how old, blah, 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 blah. So basically, they could just hire somebody to shoot me tonight. All right. So anyway.
What time do you go to church? What time do you get out of work? What's your hey Kevin, what's your parking space number? All that stuff, right?
Where do you work? All that stuff. They have my number.
God.
Anyway, for about 3 weeks,
Yeah.
we had to call up Bridgeport Superior Court and listen to a recording. Call back tomorrow. So I'm like, why are we doing this? Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm scared. I mean, I have a little baby.
Oh my God.
3-4 years. I'm saying to my wife, I don't know what to do. So anyway, the third week, so I never forget, Thursday night, phone, I ring it again, and it says, thank you for your service. The case has been settled.
Oh.
And I'm like, what? I mean, I'm cheering now. But I'm saying to myself, for 3 weeks, I was terrified, and you're reading about the case in the paper and all this other stuff. You can't say anything because they swear you to secrecy. My wife's wondering what's going on with me, and the anonymity thing, I think, is a good thing.
Yeah.
I think it should start with regular trials. Voir dire, okay, the lawyers, you, the judge, great.
Mm-hmm.
Not the whole, gang, if you will.
Yeah.
The term.
Yeah. So it sounds.
I look forward to it.
Yeah. So it sounds like somebody. It sounds like they took a. Did somebody take a plea deal? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. The kid went to jail. He admitted it, all that stuff. But what concerned me was I go in there and they say jury your peers, this and that, and I'm looking around at the people that they're voir diring, and I'll be honest, Paul, we were all just solid, working, middle-class people from around the area, and, because we show up.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Kevin, great stuff, my man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Kevin there. Kevin there in Trumbull. Yeah, one of the interesting aspects of this whole thing that is, and I don't think this is the way to go, but you hear and see of this all the time, because frankly, it's, jury duty is one of those things that on its face value, jury of your peers. And I know we were having a little tongue-in-cheek fun with that with Kevin, but yeah, you want to be judged by people. But there's always been that notion of, well, maybe we should have like professional jurors. That has come up from time to time. Meaning you would have a set pool of people, right? Almost like a roster on a sports team. And you said, okay, give me 3 women and 3 men with college education. I don't know how it would work. And you would have umpteen arguments for it and umpteen arguments against it. But what a story there from Kevin. Yeah, he's probably, oh my God, he's probably saying a rosary or lighting candles for 3 weeks. He had a call before any regular court day at the courthouse. Oh my God. Yeah, so there you go. Kevin, thank you. That's interesting. So the Connecticut State Supreme Court will allow an anonymous jury ahead in a retrial of a murder from back in 2019. Yikes. Again, if I have to do this, please, a nice little parking lot. Hey, they didn't fill the pothole. My car hit it, and there's $2,000 in damage.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 475-277-6819 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 475-277-6819 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 475-277-6819 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 475-277-6819.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest by Connecticut Basement Systems is Sunday, August 2nd. Tickets on sale at ctpizzaandbrewfest.com. Don't miss the J.P. McHale Pest Management Beer Garden.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Stamford. On Route 8 northbound, we have reports of construction going into exit 15. No crash reported, though. And in New Haven, 91 southbound. Corallan from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross, you have residual delays either side into the tunnel from earlier issues. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's Krause, WICC traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We don't make it to 100 without you. Thank you for listening to the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, 203-333-9422. Having fun on a Friday with, I don't want to say horror stories, but jury duty stuff, you know? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We're just talking about this because there is a retrial after a hung jury in a murder case as far as alleged jury tampering. So that may happen with a completely anonymous jury, which has never been allowed in Connecticut, which probably means it's going to be appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, but we'll see. By the way, and I have some family members trying to get in on this, and I don't know if they did. I'm going to text them in a while. Did you get any SpaceX stock today? SpaceX opened at $135 a share. It closed at $161 a share. So you already made $19. How about that? For SpaceX. Closed at $161.11. That's up 19% after the IPO. And here's the headline. Here comes Bernie. Here comes Bernie Sanders out of the one of the two Muppets there on the Muppet Show. What, Statler and Waldorf? Is that right, Chris? That thing. Yeah. Hey, did you see what happened today? What? That guy Musk got more money. He did. Hey, he's an oligarch. Now again. All you lefties out there, calm the freak down. Because the big thing now is, and listen, it's a story, between all his companies, Elon Musk is the world's first ever trillionaire. $1 trillion. Between SpaceX, Tesla, the Boring Company, that tunneling company, Neuralink, what the hell is his, I'm sorry, it's a good thing I didn't say the other thing. It's a Friday. Give me a break. The internet company that I know I could look it up, but this is my mental gymnastics here. Keep me fit mentally. And he's got a couple of other companies too there. Starlink, that's it. Amazon has their own one now. Jeff Bezos has his own, whatever. Yeah. He's worth $1 trillionaire. Oh, my God, Bernie and come. Oh, I can see it now. Now, I can see AOC right now. We can't have one person be worth $1 trillion. Why not, Sandy? That's what a lot of people are. They're shortening it for the White House run. Don't think I'm dead serious. Takes a half an hour to say Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. Sandy Cortez is easier. Trust me. Yeah, to all these people who bitch and cry and moan about Elon Musk and Carlos Slim, the Mexican telecom guy, and Jeff Bezos and Larry Ellison from Oracle. You know what? Yeah, they're worth maybe an obscene amount of money, and yet they hire people. I mean, the one that just drives me nuts, and she's going to be chirping in from the peanut gallery. I predict, maybe I should look right now. In fact, I will on the break to see if she's yapping about this. Here comes Elizabeth Warren. Something from Elizabeth Warren's going to be out there. This is obviously, Elizabeth Warren is the nun you always hated in Catholic school. Like most of the nuns you thought were cool. Hey, Sister so-and-so was shooting baskets with us today. Hey, did you know Sister blah, 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 blah plays guitar? I didn't know that. Yeah, she has an acoustic. She's not bad. But, come on. Elizabeth Warren is the nun you couldn't stand because she's always waving her finger. Oh, my God. God bless her. She's in Congress. She's far more than me. Oh, man. So I had a couple of family members one of them was going to invest a pretty healthy chunk. They said, what do you think? I said, it's a no-brainer. Wish I had chunks to invest. Bob and Trumbull's here. Bob, did you get any of your SpaceX stock today?
No, but what it's interesting is these people complaining that Musk is the first trillionaire.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? He's the first African American to become a trillionaire.
Technically.
Yeah, I mean, he is.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Let's see how many more do it.
And Bob, you're a money guy. You're a numbers guy. The people don't understand, and I have to tell this people all the time. If you're a trillionaire, you don't have $1 trillion in cash. That's your net worth, which can encompass everything from the car in your driveway to every factory you own.
Yeah, pretty much, and the food in your refrigerator if you have any.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not rich. I don't have any food in there. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing for the credit for education.
Yeah, $1,700, dollar for dollar. Doesn't even touch Connecticut money. It's all federal money.
No.
Yep.
But what I think that does is just open it up for more fraud. But you got to look. It's just like the property tax allocated to education is a scam fraud.
Yeah.
If you look at where the money goes.
Yeah, and it's funny. And Bob, I do have to run thanks. The governor, when he first read about this, he's a numbers guy, right? What does he make? 50, 60 million a year from his equity and all that. Him and the first lady there, Annie Lamont, said to be worth about $500 million. Said to be. So even the governor saw this. He says, "Hey, this free money here. What's not to like about that?" Huh?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Stamford. On Route 8 northbound, we have reports of construction going into exit 15. No crash reported, though. And in New Haven, 91 southbound, crawling from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross. You have residual delays either side into the tunnel from earlier issues. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We had a harsh, long, cold winter, and with spring finally here, K&J Tree Service would love to come out and do a free tree risk assessment, and I had this done at my house last year, and I'm so grateful for that. They will actually check the health of your trees and then give you recommendations on work to be done. We didn't actually have to remove any trees from our property, but tree trimming and limb removal, that was essential to make sure that our trees were in good shape. At K&J Tree Service, they are also offering special discounts to my listeners, including $250 off of jobs that are $2,500 or more, $500 off of jobs that are $5,000 or more. Is your yard ready for spring after this terrible winter? At K&J Tree Service, they care for your trees like your family. Schedule a free tree health assessment today and let the experts ensure that your trees are going to thrive in these warmer months ahead. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free evaluation. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, good to have you with us. About 90 minutes left here in our foray for Friday and for the week. 203-333 9422 333 WICC. There was an interesting story that's been in the news. Maybe Chris will have it again this time. I don't know. I let him do his newscast all by himself. Regarding the list of who apparently is taking a look at the total mortgage arena and whether or not they may want to buy it, what they may want to do with it. And one of those prospective people, or I guess they got about a half dozen submissions as to what they would do with the building, and the city will look at that. One of them kind of raised my eyebrows just a little bit. We'll talk about that. In fact, we'll talk about the entire list coming up right here in just a second on WICC.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Wall Street's major indexes soared on the investor confidence over SpaceX's debut on the NASDAQ today. The rocket company ending more than 19% above where they started, launching Elon Musk as the world's first trillionaire. The market's also responding well to news that the U.S. and Iran could be nearing a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Crude oil prices dropped. Both U.S. and Iranian officials making conflicting statements. ABC News contributor and former Deputy Secretary of Defense on the Middle East, Mick Mulroy.
It's pretty clear from what both sides are saying publicly or through releases to state-owned media that the two sides are far apart. And I can't imagine what they would be signing in Geneva this weekend.
Police say they know who the shooter was this morning in Midland, Texas. One sought for the alleged attempted murder of an officer earlier in the week. That person is dead, with 9 others taken to the hospital. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Selectwoman Brenda Kupchik is doubling down on her stance against the automated speed camera enforcement program in Fairfield that is now in effect, saying it was not implemented as initially voted on at the representative town meeting. Earlier today on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Kupchik said she put her concerns forth both in person at last week's board meeting and also in a letter to Fairfield's Corporation Council, alleging the town voted on specific terms for the camera use, and that's not what they're doing.
Nowhere on any agenda did it say speed cameras, did it say ATESD, nothing. And they didn't hold a public hearing on this program. And what they said at their meeting when they voted was that they were going to send it to the Traffic Authority, the Fairfield Traffic Authority, which is a new entity that was created under the former first selectman, and that they were going to devise the specifics of the plan, and they were going to hold a public hearing, and they were going to vote.
Kupchik says she asked Corporation Counsel Philip Perez to consider halting the program until he could examine its legality. Mounting pressure is building on Governor Ned Lamont to reject natural gas pipeline projects. A report from the Connecticut Center for Economic Analysis says the increased use of natural gas in the state has forced costly infrastructure upgrades that were passed on to consumers without a decrease in fuel prices. The report also blames the state for using gas-fired power plants to export electricity to other states and making the air quality worse. Lamont addressed the report, calling it a, quote, timely and important study. He also said that his administration is committed to strengthening Connecticut's green economy. The woman suing former WWE CEO Vince McMahon for sexual and emotional abuse is filing for arbitration. Janelle Grant has claimed she suffered abuse by McMahon as an employee for WWE from 2019 to 2022. She even accused him of trafficking her to others in the company. McMahon has denied the allegations. Grant has also filed a lawsuit against current WWE president Nick Khan, saying he was an enabler. The arbitration filing was made in Connecticut District Court on Thursday. New Britain has been served a grand jury subpoena for city spending records. The U.S. Attorney's Office is requesting the records from the time Aaron Stewart spent in office as mayor. Current Mayor Bobby Sanchez has called spending decisions by Stewart, quote, self-serving after launching an investigation into the city's finances during her time in office. The subpoena requests records related to Stewart's P-card use, including documented training, procedures, cardholder agreements, reimbursement statements by Stewart, and more. New Britain is demanding hundreds of thousands of dollars in reimbursement from Stewart. State health experts are warning residents to take extra precautions outside as cases of tick-borne illnesses continue to rise across the state. Medical experts such as Dr. Phil Armstrong say they're seeing increases not only in Lyme disease, but also in illnesses such as anaplasmosis and babesiosis, with emergency room visits for tick bites reaching their highest levels in nearly a decade.
So a lot of the ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures. They lie in a dormant state, and when, the weather warms up again, they'll be out in numbers again.
Researchers at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station report growing numbers of infected ticks being submitted for testing, while doctors say patients are already arriving with symptoms including fever, fatigue, body aches, and joint pain. Health officials are urging people to wear long sleeves, use insect repellents, perform thorough tick checks after spending time outside, and seek medical attention if symptoms develop following a tick bite. And Secretary of Education Linda McMahon received a warm welcome when she visited an elementary school in Seymour today. It was part of the Department of Education's History Rocks tour. McMahon was set to visit schools in Thomaston and Fairfield earlier this year, but canceled those appearances due to backlash. She recently visited Yale, where she delivered a speech entitled The Roadmap for Restoring American Education. In Seymour, McMahon gave remarks about civics education and took part in educational games and activities centered on state and national history. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 North accident approaching exit 15 has things backed up over the bridge. Lower Fairfield County, 95 North, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford, New Haven, 95 South. Crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound a slow ride off the Super 7 going through Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and/or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, a story that Chris had earlier in the day. It's kind of been out there. Guess about 6. What's the number here? 6? Yeah, Bridgeport gets 6 bids to redevelop the Total Mortgage Arena after the Islanders' exit. And one of the ones caught my eye here, though. Now, Howard Safan, of course, who transformed the baseball stadium into the outstanding Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. He has his proposal, $80 million to re-energize the arena and all that. Ice and Athletics says here in the Connecticut Post would be out. The 10,000-seat building's interior chopped up, broken into smaller spaces. Better positioned venue for success. Of course, the Bridgeport Sound Tigers gone. They are now the Hamilton Hammers. There. One. Now, most of these proposals, or what's been talked about now, is not athletic per se. But there is one possible thing that kind of raised my my little untrimmed eyebrows. The Major League of Indoor Football, which is an indoor football league played, usually in the confines of something a little bit bigger than an ice surface. So you see in a lot of multi-purpose arenas. So I looked this up, and are they thinking of putting an indoor football league team in Hartford? In I think there was one in Hartford or New Haven at one time. We used to have indoor lacrosse. We had indoor roller hockey international, right? New Haven had a team in that. But the teams in the Major League of Indoor Football, now, whether or not they just want to buy the building and run it and not put a team here, and some of these names are classic Indoor Football League names. The Arizona Rattlers, the New Mexico Chupacabras, the Northern Arizona Wranglers, the San Antonio Gunslingers, the San Diego Strike Force, I love this, the Tucson Sugar Skulls, ladies and gentlemen, the Vegas Nighthawks. That's the Western Conference. The Eastern Conference, Fisher's Freight, Fisherware, the Green Bay Blizzard, the Iowa Barnstormers, the Jacksonville Sharks, the Orlando Pirates, the Quad City Steamwheelers, and the Tulsa Oilers. Where is Fisher's Freight? Hold on. Fisher's Freight is where? It doesn't say where. Okay. It's in Fisher, I guess. I don't know. Hold on. When in doubt, where does Fisher's... I know I'm doing this in real time, but I don't think it's there it is. See, so it popped up near the top. In fact, it's the top choice on the instant fill-in from Google, which means now that could be on purpose. We won't say exactly where we are. We're just going to say Fisher's Freight, and we'll let people find out. It's in Indiana. And they play their games at the Fisher's Event Center in, not shockingly, Fishers, Indiana. I've never heard of Fishers, Indiana. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So is sports definitely out for the revamped or reimagined arena? Certainly sounds like it, unless they're thinking of an indoor football league here team, or is it being made now the Major League of Indoor Football? They played to 450,000 people, I guess, last year or the year before. Oh, they're playing now. All right. Your Jacksonville Sharks are in first place in the Eastern Division, and the ever-popular Vegas Golden Knights, the Vegas Nighthawks. You can't have New Haven anymore, but you do have North Haven. North Haven High is the Nighthawks. So there you go. That's just interesting. I do have an idea, and I did forward my idea to people, and I hope it got to the right people. I'll tell you what I would do with at least part of it. Coming up right here on WICC.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stock prices moved higher today on hopes for a peace deal between the United States and Iran that could be signed as soon as this weekend, although there were conflicting reports about where it stood. Still, the stock market rallied on that. The crude oil futures dropped rather sharply, more than $3 to $84.55 a barrel, continuing their descent. And of course, SpaceX was the big story on Wall Street today, going public at $135 a share and closing just above $160, giving the market value of that company to about $2 trillion and making Elon Musk the first trillionaire in human history. A striking development here that opens the window potentially for more IPOs down the road, Anthropic and OpenAI chief among them, that may go public over the next couple of months. Interest rates moved up just a little bit as consumer confidence improved mildly. The yield on the 10-year note, 4.48%. Dollar slightly weaker. Oil and gold mixed on the day, with gold rallying $112 and silver rebounding $3.76. But SpaceX, the story of the day.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 North accident approaching exit 15 has things backed up over the bridge. Lower Fairfield County, 95 North, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts in Stamford, New Haven, 95 South. Crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound, a slow ride off the Super 7 going through Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What should be done with the arena? It's going to be sad. It's going to be sad when it's not an arena anymore. Saw a few concerts there over the years when I started doing Sacred Heart hockey on SNY and Flow Sports. Some of our games were on Amazon Prime this past year. I didn't know that. Somebody came up to me at the arena and said, "Hey, nice job on Amazon." The other, I said, "What? What do you mean?" I thought he was kidding. No, I guess 1 or 2 of our games, Sacred Heart hockey at the Martiri Arena, got put on Amazon. But having said that, I did a few games because when I started about 4 years ago, the arena wasn't ready yet. And I had gone to I saw the Who there. Who did I see? I saw the Who. I saw a couple of shows there. You know what at least part of that should be? And maybe Howard Safan is listening. I did forward this to the mayor's office to a certain person who will remain nameless. And I asked this person to give this to the mayor. See what he says. And I think I mentioned this before. If you go online and look, and kind of dovetailing off of what do we see now when a team like the Knicks is in the NBA championship, or, a lot of stuff in the NHL, the Canadian teams do this a lot. They have, right, 2 words, watch parties, where people will go to the arena even if their team is on the road, and sometimes these teams do it free. Other times it's for a greatly reduced price. Sometimes they just cover expenses and the rest goes to charity or whatever. And you sit in the arena and you watch the games. Now, there's already been a dovetail off of that. And in some markets, and I think this might work here, I don't know, where you go into these, and again, I don't know how this place, it would obviously only be maybe a few hundred seats. Maybe this could be part of what they do with the arena if they chop it up, as Mr. Safan has said, and other people are, talking about here. But what these are is these are high-tech theaters that make you think you're at the game. Now, there's licensing here, there, with whose feed would you take? But, they're out there. They basically, you walk into a theater-like setting, and there's an expansive, like starting from your left to your right, you've got a 180-degree panoramic view of what's going on. There's special high-tech 4K video and audio there. And if it's a big game, if you were to show the Super Bowl, now, of course, blood out of a stone, the NFL's going to want their cut. There are a lot of people who would want their cut of this. But from what I read, there are a lot of college football towns who are getting these things because there's always going to be a market for people who can't or don't want to put up with the hassle of taking in something live like this. But even if they have a nice TV, it gets a little sterile sitting at home, right? And maybe if the admission to these places is not cheap. Some of them sell food. Some of them I read for $50 or $100. You get the panoramic presentation of the game, the high-tech sound that makes you feel like you're there. And there's, an open bar, or there are concessions which or you can pick out a meal and have it delivered to your seat. It's really cool. And I'm saying to myself, and I passed along the idea a few months ago to a person who, obviously is close to the mayor. I said, just show this to him. Tell him it's from me. And see what they say. Now, maybe, again, in the carve-up, if you're going to reimagine that building and you carve it up into what it holds about. And if you don't count floor seating, what do? You have 4 different venues of 2,500 seats each? Or maybe a couple with 2,500 seats, and then you go theatrical? Do you put a like what they call a black box theater there? Very, very small theater that's actually in the shape of a black box. My son has produced stuff for the little black box stuff off Broadway, Is that what you do? So somebody will do something with it. In fact, Howard Safan's, according to what's in the story here, and Chris had it, and it's in the Post, I think Howard Safan's, now again, he used to run the place before he left there and went and ramped up the Great Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, or is the AMP as we call it in the building here. His proposal is $80 million. So I'd like to see what that looks like. All right, what would you do with no, honestly? And I know somebody's going to call up with some jokes. Demolition Derby. The Evel Knievel Memorial Arena. No, there's a guy who was crazy. But how many of us watched him on Wide World of Sports in slow motion, with his body just crumbling after he jumped 20 school buses? Man, not a nice guy. Certainly had his black marks as a person. But that jumpsuit and the helmet and the walking stick, not really a cane, but yeah, maybe that's what we could do. Make it a mecca for motorcycle jumping. Don't laugh. I went to one of the coolest things I ever saw at the old New Haven Coliseum. Yes, it was a dump, but it was our dump. Don't dump on my dump. Indoor motorcycle racing. Yes. How cool was that? Now, of course, it was mostly hockey. Yes, I lived at Nighthawk games over it. Just the way some people for 20-plus years lived with the Bridgeport Islanders slash Sound Tiger games. Sports events are like songs. They are mile markers for who we are and where we were at stages of our lives. Traffic and weather together right here, right now for you on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 North accident approaching exit 15 has things backed up over the bridge. Lower Fairfield County, 95 North, 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford, New Haven, 95 South. Crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound a slow ride off the Super 7 going through Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yeah, these theaters, if you want to check out the website, it's very easy. I don't know what this means. COSM. Probably an acronym for COSM. COSM.com. COSM. C is in Charlie, O is in Over, S is in Sam, M is in Mike. COSM.com. And there's locations. They've got a bunch of locations now all over the country. And they do entertainment, too. They do concerts, TNT Sports, NBC Sports, ESPN, the NBA, the NHL, Fox Sports, UFC, Cirque du Soleil. And you just sit there in front of a big-ass screen, and the sound is immersive, and the video is immersive, and you're there. I mean, when you think about it, too, when we go to a live game, right? If we go to a live game, anything beyond what we can reach out and touch is just like it might as well be on a big screen, right? So, man, would one of these be perfect for Bridgeport? I'm an ideas guy. And, of course, the World Cup. They're showing World Cup games at some, according, they probably became on board with FIFA there to do that. Yes, I ask again. In fact, I heard this on a out-of-market sports talk station. the other day out of Boston, one of the stations there. They asked the same thing I did. How is Italy not in the World Cup for like the fourth time in a row? Does anybody know this? Seriously, I know there's got to be soccer aficionados, especially in this part of Connecticut. Please learn me something on this. What is? Do they just not play men's soccer in Italy anymore? What happened to the Azzurri? Giorgio Chinaglia is spinning in his grave here. Come on. The great Chinaglia. I mean, come on. Italy. Folks, wrap your arms around that. Italy is not in the World Cup for like the third or fourth time in a row. How is that possible on God's green earth?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Wall Street's major indexes headed for the skies. Investor confidence boosted by SpaceX's debut on the NASDAQ today. The rocket company ending more than 19% above where they started, launching Elon Musk as the world's first trillionaire.
The company's controversial chief executive, Elon Musk, watched the ringing of the opening bell at the NASDAQ exchange from SpaceX headquarters in South Texas.
I told people this. I said, look, we're probably going to fail, but, we should give it a try, because if there's not a new company that enters space, we will never be a truly spacefaring civilization.
Saying he originally didn't give the company much of a chance. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The market's also responding well to news that the U.S. and Iran could be nearing a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Crude oil prices dropped. Both U.S. and Iranian officials making conflicting statements, as there may be some kind of announcement in Geneva this weekend. ABC News contributor and former Deputy Secretary of Defense on the Middle East, Mick Mulroy.
Ultimately, if the two sides don't agree on the terms, they don't have an agreement. And I can't imagine why Iran would be leaking, false information on the agreement for any other purpose than to scuttle the negotiations.
Police say they know who the shooter was this morning in Midland, Texas, a person sought for the alleged attempted murder of an officer earlier this week. They say after that person is dead. 9 others taken to the hospital. Workers preparing to take President Trump's name off the Kennedy Center in Washington. Today is the court-ordered deadline to do so, and a federal judge has denied a last-minute appeal to stop it. Now the Justice Department's filing another last-minute appeal. ABC's Peter Harlambous.
Trump was planning on closing down the Kennedy Center for about 2 years, pouring about $250 million into improving the center overall. Trump has now basically said that if his name's not on it, that renovation's not happening.
Harlambous saying that the chief executive very angry about the situation. You're listening to ABC News.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
A federal judge today rejected a request to cancel the White House's UFC fight, ruling the 2 plaintiffs had no standing because they could not establish what irreparable harm they would suffer. A federal judge has blocked President Trump's $1.8 billion fund to benefit those claiming damages by the Biden administration. The judge says the acting attorney general has not rescinded in writing, under penalty of perjury, his order establishing the fund. The judge saying that could leave the door open to save it. Ebola cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo are over 600, with over 100 deaths. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel says World Cup fans in the U.S. should not be worried.
This is not COVID or measles where it's going to be airborne spread. Ebola transmission really requires close contact and exposure to bodily fluids. usually if you are a healthcare provider or you're a caregiver or you have a burial ritual, which is exactly how it was spreading or suspected so in Africa.
Travel troubles for Pope Leo as he departed Spain after a technical problem left him grounded on the Canary Islands. ABC's Marcus Moore.
The King of Spain then offered his plane for Pope Leo to get back to Rome, and that's when we saw Pope Leo walking across the tarmac and getting on to the King's private plane, and then a short time after that taking off, heading to Rome some 3 hours after he was supposed to leave originally.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Some Connecticut students got an early start to the weekend as extreme heat forced schools across the state to shorten the school day. With heat index values climbing above 100 degrees in some areas and many classrooms lacking air conditioning, multiple districts announced early dismissal to keep students and staff safe. Parents say the sudden schedule changes can be challenging, but many agree it's better than having children spend hours in sweltering classrooms where learning becomes difficult. Governor Ned Lamont has activated Connecticut's extreme hot weather protocol through the weekend, opening cooling centers statewide and urging residents to take precautions as the state's first major heat wave of the year settles in. 3 people, including 2 firefighters, are injured following a house fire in Norwalk. The fire broke out early Thursday morning on Harriet Street. Officials say the fire was declared under control after 19 minutes, but 1 person suffered severe burns and 2 firefighters suffered minor burns in the incident. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Authorities say there were reports of neglect before a child was killed by a vehicle in Manchester. The Department of Children and Families had received 2 reports before 3-year-old Akari Cortez was killed on Wednesday. The reports were received by DCF on June 1st and June 5th, both alleging a lack of supervision. DCF is not talking about the specifics of the cases due to confidentiality rules. This is the 3rd case in the last 4 months involving a child who died within a week of being in contact with the agency. And Secretary of Education Linda McMahon got a warm welcome after she visited an elementary school in Seymour today. It was part of the Department of Education's History Rocks tour. McMahon was set to visit schools in Thomaston and Fairfield earlier this year, but canceled those appearances due to backlash. She recently visited Yale, where she delivered a speech entitled The Roadmap for Restoring American Education. In Seymour, McMahon gave remarks about civics education and took part in educational games and activities centered on state and national history. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway, a little bit easier. Further ahead on 95, volume delays both directions through Milford and Orange, and southbound crawling through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross, north and southbound. Lots of extra cars going into the West Rock Tunnel. 84, eastbound side, plenty of company. State line going through Newtown to exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Use an advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. The next Kraus, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, the big 5 o'clock hour is underway. How is everyone at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Just joining us, thanks for hanging out with us for the final hour. At least we've been here till 2. Nice to have you by. Our question of the day here at Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Should Connecticut join dozens of other states in taking part in a voluntary federal tax credit program to help some kids attend non-public schools? Now, what's going on here is, remember the one big beautiful bill? Well, in that bill, if a state wants to participate, people in that state can deduct from not their state taxes now, from their federal taxes up to $1,700. Then you match that with a donation to what are called SGOs in that state, designated by state officials and governors. So, scholarship granting organizations. Now, the Connecticut Teachers Union boss, she's been on this radio station a few times, Kate Diaz, of course, doesn't like it because they say it's an attack on public education. Well, you could say that, or maybe I would say it may be a chance for other kids who are in rotten blank hole schools, some of them are getting better, to get out of there, and maybe with the assistance they can go to a parochial school, a charter school, whatever. So, and again, Governor Lamont has to decide by the end of the year as to whether or not Connecticut's going to do this. And what did I tell you on this? I told you. The governor now is sitting there with a chance here to either kowtow to the teachers' unions or to really help some kids get in better schools who may be in a bad school or a poorly run school or a poorly performing school through no end of their own. So Chris Williams has been looking over the responses we got on this question. Chris, what do we have?
Choice is an American right, John says. It should be illegal not to offer this to families that can use it. Yes, it would help take control away from the teachers' unions. That is from GT. And Pamela would like to know if you can share further information.
Well, Pamela, it's just what I told you. If you want further information on this, go to the Connecticut News Junkie, ctnewsjunkie.com. And this program is not mandatory. That's why governors in states have to okay it. Now, the reason the governors have to do that is I think they have to designate, or their office has to designate, what the acceptable scholarship grant organizations would be in Connecticut. Now, in a deep blue state like Connecticut, how many organizations are going to want to give out, for example, scholarship money to ostensibly perhaps some private schools or some private schools or some charter schools without the or with the express threat that they may get kneecapped, right? Like what's her name did in the Olympics there, Nancy Kerrigan, right? You don't want to get the idea is if you get involved in this, you don't want to get the Kerrigan.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. So the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
At Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU. And mental health means community health, where collaborations with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, we're here for you at Stanford Health.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
June is flying by. Don't miss any of these great shows coming to Connecticut. Monday, June 22nd, you got an awesome pair of shows to pick from. James Taylor serenading the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport, or Post Malone with Jelly Roll coming to Rensselaer Field. On Wednesday, June 24th, Fits and the Tantrums play Ridgefield Playhouse. Thursday, the 25th, Gigi Perez comes to Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford. On Wednesday, July 8th, see Sarah McLachlan at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Friday, July 10th, don't miss Lionel Richie with Earth, Wind & Fire at People's Bank Arena in Hartford. Friday, July 17th, Darius Rucker comes to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. And Saturday, July 18th, it's Adam Lambert at Mohegan Sun. Sunday, July 26th, it's Neo with Akon at Meadows Music Theater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
PAWS, Pet Animal Welfare Society, located in Norwalk. PAWS has been rescuing and rehabilitating dogs and cats since 1962. PAWS rescues and rehomes approximately 200 dogs and 500 cats annually.
We are proud to say they are this month's Connoisseur Cares local charity.
Every month, we'll highlight and support one of Connecticut's great charitable organizations.
Learn more about PAWS at pawsct.org to explore adoption or get involved.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway, a little bit easier. Further ahead on 95, volume delays both directions through Milford and Orange, and southbound crawling through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross, north and southbound. Lots of extra cars going into the West Rock Tunnel. 84, eastbound side, plenty of company. State line going through Newtown to exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Use an advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. The next Kraus, WICC traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Westport's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All righty, Mr. Announcer. Thank you. Better voice than me, though. It's these voiceover guys in radio. They sit home, probably in a custom studio there, and all they do is read all day. And they're, affiliated with all different stations across the country, and they make bucks, man. Let me tell you. But see, that's nice. I don't have those pipes, but although people have said I do. I'm just lazy. But they don't get to call people cavones and talk about iguglioni. Speaking of not being able to use iguglioni like Governor Ned Lamont to stand up to the teachers' unions. That's what we're talking about today. Come on, Governor. Let's go. You even said it's basically free money for these voucher organizations. And one of the people signing on to a state Republican Senate letter to the governor on this, Republican State Senator Ryan Fazio from Greenwich, also, of course, the declared and the endorsed and the running Republican for governor. Hey, Ryan, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm great, Paul. How are you?
Not too bad. Before we get to this voucher thing, which to me seems like a no-brainer, but what do I know? Let's talk a little energy here. The governor coming out the other day and calling for this commission and that commission and all this, and we're going to keep an eye on there. Nothing to do, though, with actual money here, Ryan. And again, the people pushing back on the governor now. Hey, enough with the enough with the natural gas here. Ryan, I say it on the show all the time. We don't know. Well, not all of us, but nobody. You can't say no to everything, can you? Something's got to get done here about these prices.
Something's got to get done, and the governor's had 8 years to do it. 8 years. And so at the end of the legislative session, after anything can get done, at the end of his second term, when he's running for re-election for the third term, he announces an energy plan. He announces an energy plan 8 years into his tenure after signing bill after bill to raise our public benefits charges. And he thinks that the general public is going to be satisfied with that. I think it's a trick. If you would have done it in the first 8 years, you would have done it in the first 8 years. And I haven't spoken to a Democrat or a Republican this week who thought that the governor's announcement of an energy plan at the end of his second term, at the end of 8 years in office, is anything but, kind of farcical. And, I had Democrats texting me and calling me saying that this is the silliest thing they've ever seen.
Really?
And when your own party is saying that, you're in trouble.
So you, Ryan Fazio, got at least a text or two from Democrats in Hartford?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's interesting. You don't want to mention. You don't want to mention
where they are. I don't want to say where they are. But
okay.
Yes.
Gosh darn it! All right. Let's go to this thing here. And Ryan, listen, I'm no Swami, but I said to folks months ago, it's going to come down to, does he want to upset the teachers' unions, or does he want to upset maybe parents and guardians of kids who may want a better school? This, of course, today, Kate Diaz coming out, joining a coalition saying, Governor, if you acquiesce and join in a completely voluntary program that's got nothing to do with Connecticut taxes, the entire American education system is going to burn to the ground. Oh, my God, Ryan. It's farcical. It is.
It absolutely is. This is free money. For your listeners, again, under federal law, there is a new program that if the Connecticut governor or the governor of any state opts in, you can get up to $1,700 free to Connecticut school children, middle income and lower income school children, to support their education, totally financed by the federal treasury in the U.S. government, totally without cost to Connecticut state government and Connecticut taxpayers to support tutoring, school supplies, tuition, etc. This supports private, public school children alike. Any public school PTA or public school affiliated organization could set up a 501c3 to bring in these free dollars to support their low and middle income school children for things like tutoring if the student is falling behind, or school supplies, or so much more. This would benefit kids directly, free of charge, to Connecticut residents who are already overtaxed. And you would think that the governor would be rushing to sign it, would be falling over himself to sign it. But obviously certain Democratic interests are saying, nice nomination you have there, Governor. Would be a shame if something happened to it if you don't do as we say. Listen, Kate Diaz is misrepresenting, I think, her union members. Teachers in Connecticut are fabulous. They're wonderful people. Some are Democrats, some are Republicans, some are unaffiliated. It's not about politics for our teachers. It's about the students. They care about the students, and they're doing wonderful jobs. They are being poorly represented by Kate Diaz if she's saying no to free money for students. Free money for students. There aren't many opportunities for free money in this world, and God knows there's almost no opportunity for free money in Connecticut. But this is one. It goes directly to low and middle income school kids in Connecticut, including public school kids. And the governor is saying no to that free money because he's putting politics over the well-being and the education of our students and the well-being of our teachers as well, who need extra support. This is a total shame. I will do it in hour one as your governor in January.
You know, Ryan, and the guest is Ryan Fazio, the Republican gubernatorial nominee. Ned Lamont, listen, for what people say about him, and I think he's basically a nice guy. I've only met him a couple of times. He's fiscally a little conservative, but very liberal as far as social issues. He's no dummy, Ryan. No matter what people think of him, he knows this is a good idea. Come on. Even that quote that you folks put in that letter from News 12, he even said, yeah, it's basically free money. But, Ryan, I'm telling you, I would love to be a fly on the wall in his office when this comes up and hear the yelling. I don't know if there's yelling and screaming, but I'd love to hear how this is being positioned. Hey, Governor, if you do this, it's going to be X, Y, and Z. But if you do that, it's going to be X, Y, and Z. Because, come on, there's no way a guy like Ned Lamont, who's worth a couple of nickels, thinks this is dumb. No, there's no way, Ryan. He can't.
Well, listen, my view is this. By their fruits you shall know them. Judge people by their actions, not by what their sentiments or their words are. And I can't speculate exactly what the governor believes on this, but knowing him a little bit, and I agree, he's a nice man in many respects. That he probably sees some merit to it.
Yeah,
but we have to judge our leaders by their actions and whether they actually serve the interests of the public, especially low-income school kids who could have access to millions of free dollars to support their education. Low-income public school students could receive millions of dollars if the governor just signs his name on a sheet of paper. But he is relenting, and it's about time we had a governor and leaders in this state who will put the interests of kids and families over politics. I'll do it on day one of my governorship in January, if elected.
All right, Ryan Fazio running for the governor. He's running for governor. He's a Republican nominee against either Governor Ned Lamont or, remember, there's a primary on the other side, and nothing's automatic against Josh Elliott. Hey, Ryan, thanks. Appreciate it. Take care. Be safe on the road, and we'll talk
Anytime,
down the
Bob.
road. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it. All right, well, there you go. You heard it there, Ryan Fazio saying, well, he's going to be minute one when he's going to sign that. Yeah, really, he's right. All the governor has to do is say, yeah, we'll participate, and I'll send you a list of these organizations. And literally, probably, especially with the income levels here in Connecticut, millions of dollars would start flowing more for low and middle income kids who apparently, by somebody's reckoning, need help.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 North, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway, a little bit easier. Further ahead on 95, volume delays both directions through Milford and Orange, and southbound crawling through Long Wharf, will overcross north and southbound. Lots of extra cars going into the West Rock Tunnel. 84, eastbound side, plenty of company. State line going through Newtown to exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Use an advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. The next Kraus, WICC traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend, especially if you love great food and family fun. Friday, June 12th through Sunday, June 14th. It's the St. Anthony Italian Festival. This festival is legendary for its beautiful location, delicious Italian food, pastries, live music, carnival rides, and family fun. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, Friday, June 12th through Sunday, June 14th. 2325 Park Ave, Bridgeport. Free parking.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, Insurance Agent.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625. Speak your mind, because Paul certainly speaks his. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And maybe with good reason, aren't teachers and teachers union folks always talking about money? Money. We need more money. And maybe they do. But then on the other side, you have people saying, well, I understand that, Mr. and Mrs. Teacher, but in my town, I just can't raise property taxes anymore because if I go higher, people won't be able to come in because they can't afford the tax rate. And if I stay that high or go even higher, there are people trapped in their homes who could sell their homes, but nobody wants to say anything further once they see what taxes are doing in my hood, as the youngins like to say. So this becomes a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. You're allowed to deduct up to $1,700 from your federal tax liability, not the state taxes, federal liability. And then you have to match that with a donation to a scholarship granting organization, an SGO, in individual states. Now, are there that many organizations in Connecticut? I don't know. Hey, that could be a big problem as well with this.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Wall Street's major indexes zoomed, propelled partly by SpaceX's debut on the NASDAQ today, ending more than 19% above where they started, with Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire. The market's also boosted by news that the U.S. and Iran could be nearing a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. A Trump administration official telling ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang a deal is closer than ever.
Now, this official, though, did caveat that they aren't sure as to whether the supreme leader has signed off on this, and did acknowledge that there are some factions within Iran that don't want this deal to go through, but said that those that the U.S. have been negotiating with and who have the authority to make this deal do in fact want this to be signed.
Police say the shooter today in Midland, Texas, where 9 people went to the hospital, was known to cops accused of the attempted murder of an officer. They say the shooter is dead. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Hot temperatures are continuing to impact Connecticut. A heat advisory remains in effect for much of the state until tonight at 8 p.m. The heat index could reach 100 degrees today, and people are being urged to limit outdoor physical activity and stay in air conditioning. An inmate is dead after being found unresponsive in his cell at the Corrigan Correctional Center. Staff found 60-year-old Thomas Harrison around 1 p.m. during routine tours on Thursday and immediately started life-saving techniques, including CPR. He was transported to a nearby hospital for treatment, but was pronounced dead at the hospital. Connecticut State Police and the State Office of the Inspector General are investigating the death. The State Office of the Chief Medical Examiner will determine the cause of death. The woman suing former WWE CEO Vince McMahon for sexual and emotional abuse is filing for arbitration. Janelle Grant has claimed she suffered abuse by McMahon as an employee for WWE from 2019 to 2022. She even accused him of trafficking her to others in the company. McMahon has denied the allegations. Grant has also filed a lawsuit against current WWE president Nick Khan, saying he was an enabler. The arbitration filing was made in Connecticut District Court on Thursday. State health experts are warning residents to take extra precautions outside as cases of tick-borne illnesses continue to rise across the state. Medical experts such as Dr. Phil Armstrong say they're seeing increases not only in Lyme disease, but also in illnesses such as anaplasmosis and babesiosis, with the emergency room visits for tick bites reaching their highest levels in nearly a decade.
So a lot of the ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures. They lie in a dormant state, and when the weather warms up again, they'll be out in numbers again.
Researchers at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station report growing numbers of infected ticks being submitted for testing, while doctors say patients are already arriving with symptoms including fever, fatigue, body aches, and joint pain. Health officials are urging people to wear long sleeves, use insect repellents, perform thorough tick checks after spending time outside, and seek medical attention if symptoms develop following a tick bite. Mounting pressure is building on Governor Ned Lamont to reject natural gas pipeline projects. A report from the Connecticut Center for Economic Analysis says the increased use of natural gas in the state has forced costly infrastructure upgrades that were passed on to consumers without a decrease in fuel prices. The report also blames the state for using gas-fired power plants to export electricity to other states and making the air quality worse. Lamont addressed the report, calling it a, quote, timely and important study. He also said that his administration is committed to strengthening Connecticut's green economy. New Britain has been served a grand jury subpoena for city spending records. The U.S. Attorney's Office is requesting the records from the time Aaron Stewart spent in office as mayor. Current Mayor Bobby Sanchez has called spending decisions by Stewart, quote, self-serving after launching an investigation into the city's finances during her time in office. The subpoena requests records related to Stewart's P-card use, including documented training, procedures, cardholder agreements, reimbursement statements by Stewart, and more. New Britain is demanding hundreds of thousands of dollars in reimbursement from Stewart. Fairfield Selectwoman Brenda Kupchik is doubling down on her stance against the automated speed camera enforcement program in Fairfield that is now in effect, saying it was not implemented as initially voted on at the representative town meeting. Earlier today on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Kupchik said she put her concerns forth both in person at last week's board meeting and also in a letter to Fairfield's Corporation Council, alleging the town voted on specific terms for the camera use, and that's not what they're doing.
Nowhere on any agenda did it say speed cameras, did it say ATESD, nothing. And they didn't hold a public hearing on this program.
Kupchik says she asked Corporation Counsel Philip Perez to consider halting the program until he could examine its legality. The city of Bridgeport has received 6 bids to redevelop the soon-to-be vacant former home of the Bridgeport Islanders minor league hockey team. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganem's administration, in conjunction with Governor Ned Lamont's administration, set a deadline of Thursday, June 11th to submit bids. Tom Gaudet, Ganem's chief administrative officer, said he was, quote, pleasantly surprised by the bids. One of those bids submitted was from Howard Safan, the developer who converted the ballpark at Harbor Yard, the former home of the former Bridgeport Bluefish, into a concert amphitheater. Safan's proposal would end the building's days as a sports arena and would make it into a smaller space to, quote, serve both the local market as well as the regional market in arts and entertainment. And Stratford Animal Care and Control and the Stratford Animal Rescue Society are asking the community to help find homes for a large number of cats and kittens currently awaiting adoption. In order to address overcrowding concerns, An emergency cat open house is being held this Sunday from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. at Stratford Animal Care and Control. All adoptable cats have received age-appropriate veterinary care. Adult cats are spayed or neutered, vaccinated, tested, and microchipped. Adult cat adoption fees will be waived. Kittens are buy one, get one through June. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, hour and 15. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is the easier ride. New Haven, 95 southbound side, an accident reported approaching exit 44. And further south, more volume delays going through Orange and Milford. Wilbur Cross north and southbound busy, but moving into the tunnel 84 eastbound. Heavy congestion delays in Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and as I predicted here on the break, I'm, poking around the cable here, and sure enough, we're on CNN, and they've got this guy, Congressman Sam Liccardo, Democrat, of course, California. I guess he's a ranking member on one of the committees in D.C. Good on him. But again, they're excuse my French here at 540, but the bitching and moaning and whining and pearl clutching and browbeating, it's only going to get worse over the weekend about Elon Musk. Oh, they see the T word, trillionaire. And Congressman Liccardo is here going, well, that may be admirable, but, there are still a lot of people in America struggling, and yeah, there are. Trust me, I play who am I going to not pay this month roulette when I get home probably tonight, too. As I sit there with my checkbook and go, okay. But just the word trillionaire. And again, I understand the congressman's wherewithal on this. Again, it's a mantra of the modern day Democratic Party about, there's all this, there's all this inequality and everything. Well, I mean, yeah, there is inequality. And how was that? How was the inequality, if I can ask? How was the inequality created? Was it created, or was it created on purpose, or is it just the mark of how these things work? And there's already people saying, well, that's an obscene amount of money. But look at all the different things that Elon Musk is involved in. SpaceX, Neuralink, the Boring Company. Not boring as in not interesting. Boring as in boring tunnels. Tesla. I'll tell you, for everybody scratching up those Teslas about a year and a half ago, a lot of Teslas on the road. And now they're becoming even cheaper, not cheaper, more inexpensive as people get new ones and they trade theirs in. So again, sometimes I got parking lot envy too, and I'm like, geez, they're driving a Tesla and I'm not. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Well, only partly, actually. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So listen, we can do two things at the same time here. We can acknowledge that people like Elon Musk and Larry Ellison and Carlos Slim and even Jeff Bezos, that they have a lot of money, but the hate against these guys. Oh, if they only paid their fair share in taxes. Think of what we could do with the homeless problem and poverty. How many, can I ask you something for anybody who says that? No, seriously, can I ask you something? Both in the U.S. and around the world, how many hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars would it be? Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, right? have we, I don't want to say dumped in because it's a valiant effort to fight homelessness and to make sure everybody has clothes on their back and on their person and they're eating. But come on. Do you think if suddenly we took 10 times more taxes from Jeff Bezos and Larry Ellison and Elon Musk that it's not gonna make a difference? Yes, it'll help some people. It surely will. But come on. That's not going to make a difference. I don't know what it is about the human condition, but, for some reason, probably since the beginning of time, there's been poverty. For some reason, probably since the beginning of time, there's been homelessness. Do we want to get rid of it? Is it a valiant thing to say, nobody is hungry and everybody has a roof over their head? Of course it is. But the simplistic things I see online and I hear from people, oh my God, if Elon Musk just paid it, well, what is his fair share? Considering that he employs a few 100,000 people and he's coming up with new high-tech stuff. Think about that. He's I was reading a fascinating story about it the other day. Let me ask you something. Seriously. With all the resources and all the people power of the great United States of America and all our governmental resources and all these agencies and this and that, why did it take Elon Musk in the grand scheme a relatively short amount of time to come up with Neuralink that helps people who are in some way handicapped, use a wheelchair, cannot communicate? And now you have people, it's still experimental. I heard a guy the other day through a voice synthesizer saying, yeah, that's me, I'm talking, first time in a while. All right? If Elon Musk is such a bad guy, or Jeff Bezos, who now has his own space program and is making consumer goods like crazy, if he's such a bad guy, then why was none of this done by the almighty federal government?
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com. Your legacy, our commitment.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, hour and 15. Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is the easier ride. New Haven, 95 southbound side, an accident reported approaching exit 44. And further south, more volume delays going through Orange and Milford. Well, we're cross north and southbound busy, but moving into the tunnel 84 eastbound. Heavy congestion delays in Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
A few scattered showers or a thunderstorm this evening with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where you come when you want the local perspective on national matters. The voice of Connecticut. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC is 600 and 95.9.
Oh, I got to tell you, they're showing Jimmy Kimmel's, I guess, monologue from last night. God, that guy is insufferable. He used to be really funny at one time when he was with Adam Carolla. But just, he's such an insufferable scooch. And he's saying, well, you know, if you took the Major League Baseball value and this value and that, yeah, but it's such warped thinking. Major League Baseball, for example, the NFL, they're worth $10, $12 billion a year. It's an entertainment company. Yeah, I know. It's a lot of money. But is Major League Baseball doing this? Now, a lot of people only know about Tesla and they know about SpaceX, okay? And by the way, SpaceX is going to help us get back to the moon. They're designing the lunar lander. So remember with Apollo, we had the lunar module. That was built not too far from here, Grumman Aerospace on beautiful Long Island. A lot of people don't know about Neuralink. It's an Elon Musk company. Neuralink is a neurotechnology developing brain-computer interfaces that connect the human brain directly to computers. Is there a price for this? I mean, can you put a value on this? The Neuralink chip is surgically implanted into a region of the brain that controls voluntary movement. Ultra-thin, flexible threads equipped with thousands of tiny electrodes are then inserted into the brain to detect neural activity. The device translates imagined physical movements into digital commands, allowing users to move a mouse, a cursor, type, or manipulate physical objects. This is the guy a lot of people hate, Elon Musk. Over 20 clinical trial participants are known as neuronauts. I love that. They've gotten the telepathy implant. Users have reportedly regained high bandwidth control over digital devices. They can now browse the internet. They can play video games, and they can use robotic arms to feed themselves. Neuralink is also developing an implant intended to restore vision in individuals who are completely blind, even if they have lost their optic nerve. My God. Look, I'm not saying you have to love the guy, but stop at the dollar stuff. It's not real. $1 trillion is not real. He doesn't have $1 trillion. There's no such thing. Well, there is for federal budgets, but come on. And by the way, that when they implant the chip into these 20 people and they've got to find precise areas in the brain where they can wire it in, it's done by a robot. It's done by a freaking robot. Now, does this make Elon Musk? It's getting late, kids. 8 more minutes. Does that make Elon Musk some sort of Superman? No. From what you read about his personal life and all the people he's had kids with, no, he's not a deity here. But man, I've always said to people, don't judge somebody until you really honestly kind of know what they're about. So good on him. Is it a try? I hope he gets to $5 trillion. And if he does, that means his companies are doing well. What else do we have? God, there's so much I at least want to clue you in on. We'll get to that next week. We did that. Oh, Linda McMahon. She actually got a warm... She got a warm reception. She was at the Seymour Middle School. She was there today, Friday. Seymour Middle School. She was welcomed with applause. Her long-delayed Connecticut stop on the Education Department's nationwide History Rocks tour, celebrating America 250, seemed to kick off as planned. And the warm welcome from some school officials and students was a marked contrast from other communities. Yes, talking to you, Fairfield, that canceled the event because of a backlash. Oh, my God. We can't have that evil Biff. Do you know who's coming to Joey's school tomorrow? Oh, my God. God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's go to Bob in Weston right here at 6 before. Bob, how are you?
Paul, how are you?
Yeah.
I just wanted to, say hello and say thank goodness for a person like Elon Musk.
Oh, God.
And all the good things he does. I mean, at least it's positive stuff.
Yeah.
And I want to say one more thing before the weekend. Mm-hmm. Thank goodness for Paul.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You are terrific, and I wish you a great weekend, and you're the best.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Thank you. And those are wonderful words. Thank you. That's high praise there. I do appreciate it. Yeah, listen. Sometimes these inventors, sometimes these people that change society are not great. I don't know what's in Elon Musk's heart. All I know that he's pretty damn smart. And did he invent everything? No. I think either Tesla or SpaceX was one of the two was developed, and he bought it or took it over, whatever. But you know what he did? As I understand, he is responsible. He's the reason that we have turn-by-turn navigation, GPS stuff and all that. Yeah, that was his patent or his computer language, or the people he worked with. And then he was one of the originators of a little thing called PayPal. And how many hundreds of millions around the world use PayPal? All right, let's do it once here. Traffic and weather together as we roll it right along toward the top on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, hour and 15, Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is the easier ride. New Haven, 95 southbound side, an accident reported approaching exit 44. And further south, more volume delays going through Orange and Milford. Well, we're cross north and southbound busy, but moving into the tunnel 84 eastbound. Heavy congestion delays in Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will feature an early shower or thunderstorm with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny, hot, and less humid tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Sunday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And we'll end with this, about the California mail-in voting here that we just saw again, and this big jungle primary and all that. And again, Connecticut is getting de facto voting coming up, I guess, sooner than later. And it's not really called mail-in voting. It's a no-excuse absentee, whatever. And the Federalist, which is a very conservative website, but they do good work. And they said, hey, how about this in California? In California, I'll leave you with this, because this is the kind of stuff we have to watch for here in Connecticut. In California, if a vote-by-mail envelope has no dated postmark, if the postmark is illegible, and there's no date stamp for recipient from a bona fide private mail delivery service, the ballot still can be counted if, quote, the voter has dated the vote-by-mail ballot ID envelope, or the envelope otherwise indicates that the ballot was expected on or before Election Day. And they write, in other words, a late-arriving mail-in ballot can be accepted even when election officials have no way of independently verifying when it was actually mailed. What do we think here? That's it. We'll count it. Election law expert Hans Van Spakovsky, who I've interviewed, senior fellow at the policy organization Advancing American Freedom, confirmed as much in a interview on Monday. All right, so listen. It's going to happen. Mail-in voting is here. It's going to be called no excuse absentee votes here, but we shall see what happens. All right, my friends, that draws to a close another wonderful week of programs. I will not be in this slot next week. I am doing the morning show for the one and only, the award-winning Melissa in the Morning, and hopefully I won't pile the thing into the ground. Chris Williams, as usual, thank you for your wonderful efforts today. Keep it right here. A lot more coming up, including news right now.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Wall Street's major indexes zoomed, partly due to SpaceX's debut in the NASDAQ today, ending more than 19% above where they started, Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire. The markets also gained from news that the U.S. and Iran could be nearing a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Crude oil prices dropped. A Trump administration official telling ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang a deal is closer than ever.
The official also stressed that if Iran complies, they will be relieved of a lot of economic